Good morning. I'd like to call the Trotwood-Madison City School District special meeting retreat to order on November 14th at 8:48 a.m. here in the Board of Education offices on Snyder Road, Trotwood, Ohio, and also being Google streamed live. Ms. Allen, will you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Scarrett?
Yes.
Ms. Freeman?
Yes.
Ms. Bozeman?
Yes.
Ms. Moore?
Yes. The meeting has now been called to order. Vice President Bozeman, will you please lead us in a pledge of allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I need a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Been properly moved and second. Are there any questions, additions, addendums? I would like to add an executive session as after item 4, to consider the discipline of a public employee. Any other changes? Being none, Ms. Allen, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Scarrett?
Yes.
Mrs. Jeter Freeman?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mrs. Bozeman?
Yes.
And Ms. Moore?
Yes, the agenda has now been adopted. Next up, presentations. Janice Allen, our treasurer and CFO, with our 5-year forecast.
Okay, so I just wanted to start the presentation out. You have folders in front of you, and I just wanted to tell what's in the folder and then online, what's online that you can access if you don't want to look at the paper. The first is the complete presentation that I will be going over. The second sheet is the actual 5-year forecast. The third sheet is a comparison of Montgomery County school districts. And the last sheet is the notes that will be filed with the 5-year forecast. And so those 3 things, with the exception of the comparison for Montgomery County school district, you can go under presentations and either see it under public or administrative tab if you don't want to deal with the paper. Okay, as a reminder, all districts in the state of Ohio are required to file forecasts. And this was changed November 1st, 2018. We used to do it in October, but it was changed, and now we do it in November and May. And so this forecast that I'm talking about has 3 years of actual data, and that 3 years is FY 18, 19, and 20. And then the projections or estimates are the current FY 21 through fiscal year 25. Just a aside is that this 5-year is just a really, I think, really good estimate. Obviously, if I knew what the actual would be, I would probably not be standing here. But it's just an estimate of where we think the data will land currently through FY 25. And of course, things are updated in May as we get more data. So the first thing I wanted to go through were the revenue facts and assumptions that went into preparing the 5-year forecast. Obviously, this current COVID pandemic situation has presented some challenges and will present further challenges to districts throughout the state of Ohio when we develop the assumptions, because a lot of the things we've been dealing with are day-to-day or unknown. We got our property taxes for August, and it's called August settlement, and we normally get them either August or September. We just got those settlement in November. And so we were scrambling to put this 5-year forecast together with some updated numbers. And the real estate projections or collections came in at $241,000 less. And I'm happy about that because we generally get about $6.9 million. So they only decreased $241,847. And I thought it would be a larger number because of the pandemic and the economic situation, people losing their jobs. The third thing I wanted to bring to your attention is in May, on the May 2020 forecast, we put in a 10% cut in state foundation because everyone was saying there was going to be a big cut. He was asking the state budgets to be cut by 10%. So we actually put in a 10% state foundation cut. To date, we found out that that's probably not going to happen. So we put back in that 10%. And that's why when I go through it, things have significantly changed. Continue for revenue facts and assumptions. The open enrollment revenue for FY20, and and I always say this, that I'm proud that we made that decision because it has increased our revenue by $601,000 in FY20. If you divide that by 7, approximately it's about 85 additional students that live outside the Trotwood district, but are attending our schools. We kept with that same assumption throughout the forecast, and that might change as well, depending on just different situations. The next thing is interest income. I want to bring your attention to that. We actually cut that by almost a half from FY20 to FY21. Our FY20 for general fund was about $587,000. We cut that back down to $277,000, and that's all due to the pandemic economic decline because the Federal Reserve has dictated that the interest rates will stay around 0. So we because of that, we put in a reduction of a half for our interest. I wanted to just talk about other sources of revenue. These sources of revenue are not general fund. So when we talk about the 5-year forecast, it is talking about general fund, but I wanted to add there are other sources of revenue. I did not add the grants. The grants are about $4.5 million, and that includes from the special education grant all the way to auxiliary services. But I just wanted to key in on 3 significant pots of money. The first one is the student wellness and success monies. We have about $1.1 million left in that fund. That has to be spent by September of 2022. This year, we are paying for 3 social workers, 3 restorative justice personnel, and then there's a $270,000 Samaritan behavioral health contract that we entered into for mental health services. The next one is the ESSER Federal CARES Act. The federal government awarded our district almost $1.8 million to assist with different expenses because of the pandemic. And we are using those funds for curriculum, for PD, for PPE. We also are paying for 4 parent engagement specialists, 2 social workers, 2 restorative justice, and then some educational technology.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Can you name what we're paying for again? Out of the ESSER Federal CARES Act money?
Curriculum materials and resources, professional development, PPE, parent engagement specialists, social workers, restorative justice, and then some educational technology.
Is the parent engagement part new?
And when you say new?
That was always coming out of that money?
No, it was not. That was being paid out of, last year we paid it out of another grant. So we did move it over to the ESSER grant for this year. Well, I don't have the most updated, but the Montgomery County awarded the district $1 million of their CARES money. And we have not received that check yet. So all of the expenses are being paid out of the general fund money. This next one, it should have been deleted. This is just, we're looking at that. The Montgomery County ESA, I'm not sure if your packet, I'm just gonna see.
Oh, packet.
Yeah, your packet does not have that. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I uploaded the wrong. I took that piece out of there. Yeah, I uploaded the wrong. I uploaded the wrong one, but this is just ESC, and we're looking at that. They were looking at giving our district $30,000, but I wanted more information on that, so I did take that out. So I'm sorry, I uploaded the wrong file. The next one was educational forecast. Expenditure forecast, facts and assumptions. The salaries and benefits are projected to be flat throughout the forecast, and then the budget process will begin for fiscal year 2022 in February of 2021. So we'll start that whole budget process for FY22 starting in FY21. The community school and open enrollment ed choice scholarship deductions are projected to increase each year by 2% and 3% respectively throughout the forecast. Continued, the materials and supplies were increased slightly from FY21, and that was due to our textbook and curriculum purchases. And then in FY22 through FY25, we projected a 2% increase for each year. The capital outlay was reduced in FY21 and FY22 because we will not have any new bus purchases for those 2 years. But again, we will begin in FY21 to begin purchasing at least two buses per year through FY25. And that goes along with our capital plan that we had a few years ago. Other revenue includes the ESC expenditures and auditor fees, and they're estimated to increase by about 2% each year. Okay, so the next spreadsheet I wanted to go over with you is just a comparison between November and May forecast, and that is just to focus on FY21. So in November for FY21, we had projected $7.4 million. I'm sorry, in May, we had predicted $7.4 million, and the November forecast came in at $7.4 million. So those are actually actual numbers. And so we were only off by $18,000. And, you know, like I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but we do work with Chris Moore, and in the background, he looks at projections and a lot of data, and we came up with this number, and it was very, very close to what we received. Here is the state foundation. In May, you can see we projected the 10% decrease, and we projected 26.8. We came back and said, no, that's not going to happen. So we increased the state foundation by $29.2 million. That's an increase of 2.3. And you can see that in the forecast. When we look at the 5-year, you can see that the cash balance in FY25 has increased significantly by that $2.4 million each year. Homestead and rollback monies, those are credits from the state. And so we projected $1.1 million, and we received 1.1. So that was very close too. It was only off by $3,800, and it went to our good for $3,800. Other revenue, May forecast was 1.6. This forecast is 1.7. That other revenue includes includes like our Medicare reimbursement that we get. This past year, I think it was like $250,000. That other revenue, that is included in that. And so we increased that by $158,000. So you can see from the May forecast that we filed into November, the revenue increased by 2.5 million. I did the same thing with the expenditures between November and May for FY21. I looked at the May versus the November actual, and it actually should have been November forecast and not actual. The variance we had for May forecast was 22.2. On the system, we actually uploaded all the salaries and benefits, and it was reduced by $1.9 million. Retirement also was a reduction of $592,000 from 8.5. Purchase services, 9.3. We increased that by 404,000. 9.7 is a little high. And we, on the system, actually, we budgeted for about like 9.3. So there is some cushion there in that line item. Supplies, we increased it somewhat. Capital outlay, and then this House Bill 264, that's principal and interest. It is the same from May through November. And these are just some pictorial spreadsheets that you can look at. This red line at the top is expenditures, and the blue line is revenue, and then ending balance is cash balance. And I always relate that to an alligator mouth. So as your expenditures climb and your revenue decreases, that mouth opens. And so, and we'll talk about it just in a minute. That is the deficit spending that we've talked about. So we started exceeding revenues in FY19, but I'll talk about that in a minute from that other spreadsheet that I provided you. This is just 60-day cash balance. I think in April of 2016, I think the board passed a board policy that we would at least provide 60 days of cash on hand, and the orange indicates what that 60-day total is, and you can see our ending cash balance or the unencumbered cash balance, and that's meaning without any purchase orders. You can see that far exceeds our policy that we implemented. General fund revenue sources, and I divided this just so that you guys could see the total, the 39.5, that does equate to the 5-year. We'll talk about that in a second on the 5-year. So the revenues are $39.5 million. Of those revenues, state foundation comprises 74% of that. And then the other state was the rollback that I talked about. That's about 3%. And so totally, it's 77% revenues come from the state. And because of that, we have to really, really be cognizant of what's going on in our state legislature. And I know Mr. Scarce has been involved going up to the State House and making sure that, some of the things that he hears, a lot of times he might call me and just say, Janice, have you heard this? Or I heard that, and that's very, very helpful to me. I also participate on many, many Zoom calls from my prospective treasurers or the OASBO association that I belong to, and we're always looking at what the state is doing. And the other piece of that is the real estate taxes, and that's about 17%. And then there's other local sources. The local source is real estate, tangible taxes, and then other local is 4%. Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about some challenges to our operating revenue. I did talk about the Federal Reserve keeping our interest rates near zero in the foreseeable future, and that was an effort to boost the economy. And so I look at that all the time to see if they're going to move up that needle in terms of our interest rates. But until that does happen, we have baked in that reduction of half for interest rates, or interest income, I should say. We're hopeful, obviously, that the state funding can come back to the FY19 levels. We were cut in FY20 and FY21 by about $309,000. And so the next biennium budget will be looking at that to see where they're, what they're going to have for education. We had actually I had 2 Zoom calls yesterday and the day before. They are proposing a new fair funding plan, and it's very, very complicated. And so Dr. Cosby and myself were on a call yesterday, and they were kind of going over the specifics. They are asking districts to testify. Mr. Superintendent Stiles from Middletown is one of the persons that will be testifying, and he's basically going to testify about the Ed Choice deductions that are coming out of his district. And obviously, Ed Choice has been coming out of Trotwood's district for years. And so now it's on the forefront for other districts, and individuals are actually going to the state and complaining about those deductions.
What's the committee date on that, you know?
And that's a great question. They said that they thought on Monday that they would, Mr. Scares, start the testimony because the state wants to go on Thanksgiving vacation. I think, do you remember what they said? The 16th, by the following week, they want to be out they'll be out for a while. So they think on Monday or Tuesday. They didn't have a specific, but they'll think Monday or Tuesday. But I'll write something down, Mr. Scares, and let you know if I find out anything about that.
Do you know the name of the bill? Or the number of the bill?
It was a 364. Yeah, just that's a question mark. Okay, I can find that out. Dr. Cosby might have it.
Janice, is there a list of Ed Choice schools?
Yes, and so if I could do that, if we have time, I'll actually go online and I'll show you guys. Actually, the same question came up, I think, at our cabinet meeting. I pulled it up and there were 27. Oh, you said Ed Choice. I'm sorry. I'm thinking
Ed Choice schools, because I want to know.
Yes.
Those are mostly private, right?
Yes, a lot. Yes.
That DeVos advocated for.
Yes.
Yeah.
But even before she was in office, we had Ed Choice.
Right,
Yeah.
we did,
Yeah.
but she.
I think I can bring it up. I know community schools, there's a list. I think I can bring Ed Choice up for you as
And I
well.
think when you look at that and you look at the diversity in those Ed Choice schools, I think it'll be kind of eye-opening and you'll see exactly what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. And the last thing is property taxes. We've talked about this fixed rate, and this is kind of complicated, but House Bill 920, when the property values went up in before 2008, they passed a bill, House Bill 920, and actually, I can't remember. I was going to say Kasich, but I'm not sure. One of the governors proposed House Bill 920. And what House Bill 920 says is that when your property values go up, there's an effective rate to equalize that. So if we pass a levy and we got just $100,000 from that, we cannot in future years get any more than $100,000, period. So whatever we pass, whatever we collected for that levy, that's all we can get. So as your property values go through the roof, doesn't matter, we can only collect on so much. So we have several of those fixed rate levies and we're not getting any extra money on those. Continued local tax revenue is not expected to grow, and that's the majority of that. Again, the 17% is our property or real estate taxes. Other local revenue is not expected to grow as well. And then I just said there's really no bright spots in our revenue picture. We just have to keep our eye on the state biennium budget, and that process will begin in the spring of 2021. This is a slide or pie chart of the expenditures, and you can see wages comprise 48% and our benefits are 19%. And our purchase services are 23%. So if you look at this, the wages plus the benefits comprise about 67% of our total expenses. And I said this before, generally, it seems like 80% is about, I should say the average, and I'm just saying that we're pretty well under the average in terms of wages and benefits if we put those together. This is another chart that just breaks up the different categories for expenditures, and we have capital in the green. We have materials in this orange color. I'm sorry, materials in this purchase services in the orange color. I'm going back up. Materials in the purple color, benefits, and then wages comprise the majority of that. So you can see the actual from 18, 19, and 20. So it looks like you can see from 20 on out, we are trying to contain that spend for our wages. This is another example of school choice, and this is what we just talked about. So school choice comprises of community schools, ed choice, and the STEM schools. So all of those ed choice dollars comprise of about 26 mills of our tax money. So if you think about 60 mills that our average Trotwood resident is paying, 26 mills of that goes out or transfer out from our district's income. Part of that fair school plan, if I am saying this correctly, is they are advocating that that money goes directly, follows the student, and it doesn't come through our district. So we can see exactly what our revenues will be, and it won't be a transfer out. Because right now we're getting all the money, and then we have to transfer out the community school, ed choice, and STEM school transfer. We have to transfer that out. Or it's transferred out before it's netted out before we get the actual money. And you can see it's almost, it's climbing in 2025. It's climbing toward $8 million. So in summary on the presentation, and then we'll talk about the 5-year, again, the state resources, they comprise 77% of the district revenues. And we did have a small cut in 20 and 21 because of the COVID-19. I said we'll be under pressure to hold the line and find ways to reduce costs over the next years because of the recession. And then we do not look for any substantial increases in revenue from the state over the next few years. So I will take that out, and then I'm going to just bring up, and that's on the big piece of paper. So I thought maybe it would be, you could see it better on the larger piece of paper. So this is the proposed forecast that I would like to file the day after our board meeting on the 19th. So I would like to file this on the 20th to give me time. If there's any technical issues or anything, I'd like to file this so that we can be compliant before the end of November. So when I talk about the property taxes on and I said line 12 from here, but on the first line, let me move this over. Okay, on line 1.01, the real estate, and you can see 2021, it was 6.6. We are estimating that. And then as you go across here, in 2025, it's $6.5 million. As you go down, the unrestricted and restricted state grants, you could see that it came in at $25 million in FY20. we have projected it pretty flat from 21 to 25. And then also the restricted piece. The restricted piece is the economically disadvantaged piece. So I have to file a report every year to let the OD know how we spent the restricted state monies. And a lot of that goes back to providing before and after school programs, any extra reading, any extra, and it's a very, very complicated report. But the last report that I filed, I was able to get at least $4 million of expenses so that I could justify this $3.3 million that we get for restricted state grants. So this, again, the 39.5 that was on the slide, this relates to that total. So I'm just going to go down on
Janet,
okay.
if we could back up, what would be restricted federal dollars? What would be an example?
So
I see
keep
we
in,
don't get any, but
yeah, restricted. Well, that could be ESSER dollars because they're restricted. You can't just spend it on anything. So yes, we don't put it in the general fund because it is filed under a different fund number. So like ESSER is Fund 507.
okay.
So it's just different funds.
Okay,
And so that's
so-
why we don't put it here. It's on another.
But we do receive.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm going to go down a little bit to the personnel on 3.01. You could see that for FY20, we spent $19.9 million. We increased that just, I think it's like 2% for FY21, all the way across to FY29 is pretty consistent, flat for the rest of the years through FY25. The retirement includes like our employer share of retirement. It includes unemployment, it includes Medicare and things and insurance benefits like that. Purchase services, we spent $9.3 million last year. This 9.7 is a little high. And we've projected that 2% increase each year after that. And so that's why it goes up slightly. Supplies and materials, we spent $1.1 million in FY20. And that we increased that slightly for FY21. And then that again, there's a slight decrease in FY22, but that's pretty consistent all the way to FY25. Capital outlay, we spent last year $637,000. And the next 5 years, you could see the next 2 years, 21, 22, without the buses, we're projecting it to be 518 and 527. And then you can see the last 3 years, when we start buying buses, it has increased slightly. And if you go down further, other objects, and this line includes our ESC expenditures and includes legal fees and includes anything other that's not captured in these other ones above there. We spent 2.1 last year, and we're projecting $2.2 million for this year, and pretty consistent 2% increase every year from there. So I'm going to talk about this. Well, I could talk about it now, and then we'll continue to talk about it in a second. The excess of revenues over expenditures, and this is what we call deficit spending. So if you go back the first line, and that was FY18, you can see that was positive, and we started beginning to deficit spend in FY19. You can see hugely that we spent $3.7 million over what the revenue was. We brought that significantly in line last year. We are projecting, and like I said, this is all projections or estimates. I mean, I think for May, we had projected a much larger deficit spending, and we only ended up 631, and that obviously also had to do with the closure of schools, but we are estimating $2.5 million and then $5 million all the way out. And again, I will talk about that in a minute. So if you go all the way down, and most people want to go all the way down and look at what we are projecting our cash balance to be, and we're projecting our cash balance to be 10.8. And in May, it was only 686,000, I think, if I remember correctly. And again, because we put in again the 10% increase or eliminated the reduction from the state, that was $2 million a year, and so that allowed us then to have a cash balance of $10.8 million. So I'm going to I did not put this on, I mean, I have it, but if you guys could look at your sheet, I can bring it up if you want me to. I can bring it up if you want me to do that.
Which one is it?
The blue sheet, the deficit, yeah. So if you could just bear with me for a second, and I will, wait a minute. I want to bring this on the screen. If I can find it quickly. If I can't. I'll just talk about it from the piece of paper, but. Okay, I can't find it, so I'm sorry. I can't find it. So I'll just talk from this sheet. Okay, so Mr. Scares, I actually put this together because you asked me about this. And so I actually went online and I actually brought up every single 5-year forecast that was filed in May. And so I wanted to see, and what this is the 16 districts in Montgomery County. And so not that we're comparing ourselves or whatever, but I just, as a big picture, wanted everyone to see, and we could talk about the deficit spending piece. The deficit spending piece is not unique for any school system, because it's always related on basically a lot of times if they're state revenue. Obviously, our district is a poorer district, and we get more state dollars. And so I wanted to just go through Brookville, if you can see, and I did FY21 and FY22, what they have projected. And so all of these are deficits. None of these, not one, and this on both sides, not one district in Montgomery County did not have deficit spending in FY21 and 22. You can see all the way to the right, their FY24, because May was through 24 and not 25. You can see that what their cash balance looked like. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I had $175 million deficit in FY24 for Dayton. I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'm not sure what their plan is, but that is significant. Let's see, like Northmont, their deficit is 32.5. Now, by law, it just depends. The last 2 years, they can't have a deficit. They either have to file some kind of amendment to the state, or they have to redo their 5-year. But I just wanted the board to look at this and just to see other districts, what their cash balances look like. They were always teasing me at my Montgomery County meetings about how much money we had. And I always would say, okay, you know, it looks like a lot of money for 5 years, but guys, in 5 years, 10 years, we still have to have money to survive. I wasn't advocating not holding on to the money, but as anybody knows, your own budgets, you want to make sure that you have money for a rainy day. And so just looking at that, now I have some ammunition that I'm going to go back and tease the Huber Heights of the world and the Fairborns of the world on what they have and the West Carrolltons of the world in terms of their cash balances. But I just wanted you guys to see that that type of comparison.
What's their, maybe not all of them, but in comparison to their projected FY '24 cash balance, what is their budgets?
I can get that for you. I mean, if you want me to do that.
Not that you need to go and get that right now. I'm just saying, like the cash balance.
In comparison to.
In comparison to what their budget is.
Got it. I got you.
Has, a projected deficit balance of $175 million,
Yeah.
but the budget is also $250 million.
And yes, I was going to say, and I know it, 440 billion. So I just happen to know that, yeah. So yes, I understand. So comparison of, Mr. Scares, probably next month in December, since everybody will file, you all can hear me, since everybody will file their November 5-year, then I'll update this to include the 5-year for November.
I'm not asking you to get that information. I was just kind of speaking out loud that, I want us to understand that these cash balances are also in line with what their budgets are. So it's not that it's not true, because deficit spending and negative balances is bad all across the board. But in relation to what their budgets are, maybe $2 for them,
Yeah, exactly. I hear what you said, yeah.
I just wanted to kind of point
Okay,
that out.
all right. So I'll pull that together probably December if I have all the information, or at the latest, probably in January. I could bring that back if that's the pleasure of the board.
Ms. Allen, on the, kind of echoing that a little bit, on the fiscal year 24 cash balance, to me, it would be interesting, or maybe a little easier to understand too, if, looking at some of these other districts as we're comparing them, what kind of a percentage of their actual budget does the balance represent? I would think that would
And I don't think that's the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Kind of
Similar
echoing that.
question, yeah, similar question. So I'll put that together for you.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put that together for you. So the last thing I just wanted to call your attention to is this booklet. And this is everything that you ever wanted to know about each one of the categories. And so the first one does have the 5-year, if you open it, it has a 5-year forecast. And then as you go through this, it talks about what a 5-year forecast is, what the economic outlook is for the state. And it gives really specific numbers. It says, and I'll just read this second paragraph. The state of Ohio provides roughly 50% of all state district funding. So the state's financial health is a stabilizing factor for school district funding. So if it's average 50 and we are getting 77%, so we're way above the average that the state of Ohio gives school districts. Just like I was looking at Oakwood, their state money is very minuscule, like 10%, because their property taxes are so high. So what our property taxes brings in $1 mil for us is $207,000. And I'm just making this up. A mill for Oakwood might be $500,000. And I don't know for sure, but it's quite substantial more than what Trotwood brings in. And so that's how the state funding then is established. It depends on how much your local revenue can bring in versus what the state will give you. And so that's why ours is 77%. So it just depends on local revenue high, state low. If the local revenue or real estate taxes are low, then you get more state funding.
Ms. Allen, I don't expect you to have an answer to this necessarily, but maybe some ideas. I had noticed on our projections that our revenue from, taxes. It's kind of flattened out. I was kind of under the impression that maybe they would kind of increase. Do you have any idea? And I'm
Well-
saying that based on, when,
The auditor,
yes,
Carl Keefe, when he came?
yes, when he came in,
Yeah.
he seemed to be real positive about, revenues from, real estate sales and things like that. And then I don't know, but maybe I'm just being too optimistic, but I'm hoping that in the future, maybe, people, I'm thinking that businesses and things might start looking this way because our cost per acreage kind of things are really kind of cheap compared to a lot of the other areas around, especially south of town, which is where everything seems to be, growing right now. But you have any ideas on that?
I do. I'm not sure when he came in, but either pre or post tornado.
Yeah, post tornado.
So there's a lot of individuals that, in the pandemic now, a lot of individuals have lost their jobs. And so there's higher unemployment in this area. So I was thinking because the higher unemployment, that would relate back to the lower collection of real estate. So I was pleasantly surprised that it didn't take more than a $200,000 dip that I indicated on one of the slides.
Okay.
So that, and I'm going to be looking at that. The next collection we get is in February. It's called February settlement. So probably March or April, we'll see on that second half of the collection how that looks. But I would think that hopefully it's going to stay flat, but it might reduce, but I don't see it increasing.
Okay.
And that's my opinion.
I kind of, not that I disagree, but I kind of see an increase only because we kind of been stagnant over the past, 12 to 18 months with the tornado, with the pandemic, and there's been a lapse in collection of property taxes. And with everybody rebuilding, people buying homes in Trotwood at record numbers, over the course, I say, of the next 12 to 18 months, when we have 2 more collection days, I see those numbers increasing because, you can barely buy property.
Yeah, and that's true. So I hope very much that you are exactly right and I'm wrong. I really, really do. So you're exactly right, because I just saw on TV that, and I didn't know if they said Ohio, and they couldn't be talking about Ohio, but they said the average price of a house now is $313,000. And in my mind, I was like, who can afford a $313,000 house?
Not that this has anything to do with what we're talking about, but the house next door to me just sold for $150,000.
Okay.
$150,000. That is phenomenal.
Is that an increase or a decrease?
Yeah, that's an increase. The houses in Westbrook were probably selling for maybe 80, maybe 85,000.
Yes, exactly.
I've never seen anything like
Yeah.
it.
And it's funny, people, this is a buyer's market, or a seller's market. But if you sell your house, where are you going to buy a comparable house? How could you afford another house if all of these prices are going out the roof? So, I kind of think about that too, because, you can sell it for high, but I don't know if you can buy it for a regular price. But point very well taken, Mr. Scarce. And so again, in February, March, we'll have those numbers, and then we can continue to talk about the real estate.
I didn't know if you were done with your presentation, and I did have a couple questions or comments, but I don't want to stop everything.
I'm done with my presentation if there's no other questions.
Am I free to ask questions? Okay. I guess the first question would be is how did we save 1.9 million on salaries in the projection?
That's a great question. I need to do, I need to look at that, because when I saw that, I was like, $1.9 million. So I will look at that. And I know that we had some retirement, but it didn't obviously equate to 1.9. So let me look at that and I'll get back with you on that.
Okay. The next one I have was not really a question, but more an acknowledgement. About ed choice and charter schools. With the exception of Catholic schools, public schools have had a monopoly kind of on the industry for forever. And so when charter schools really became prominent, and we started losing money and things like that, I want us, when we had the conversation about stuff like preschool, when we started all-day preschool, when we did open enrollment, these things was because I think we understood that we have to be able to compete. I've always said I don't think charter schools offer better education than what we can offer, but sometimes they're willing to go a little step further than what we're willing to go to satisfy the need of the customer. And unless we're willing to make those types of investments, I think we're going to continue to lose money and students to charter schools. Like, I think at this, what I would consider really crucial time in our district, I think increasing the cash balance from $687,000 to $10 million is great, but that's still a loss of $25 million to, in the grand scheme of things. So if we don't find a way to increase our revenue by understanding that we have to be able to compete with these charter schools, we have to be able to do what they are willing to do to stay alive. If we're going to, in my mind, we do what we have to do to compete. Like when the conversation was about turning this, was it last year, a year ago, turn this whole part into early childhood education or an expansion of preschool so we can meet that need. I'm only using that as an example, but we got to do that. We had the conversation about merging with Jefferson Township, having a serious conversation about doing that. Because we have to, I just think we have to be willing to go the extra mile and to realize that we have to compete with these charter schools. We have to. And then my final statement would be is the property tax. And we pay a lot of property taxes in Trotwood, and a vast portion of that property tax goes to the school district. And this is not, in my defense, it's not me advocating for the city by any means. But when I look at my tax breakdown, when I paid my taxes, what was that, a couple months ago, almost $1,500 of the amount that I had to pay went to the schools. A very small portion went to the city. So I think it kind of behooves us to, where there is opportunity for us to work with the city, I think we owe it to them to be able to do that. We built 5 brand new schools at the same time, which I don't think people really do a lot of, which kind of pushed that amount that we receive in property taxes way high. So I just think that we need to take into consideration where we can work with the city. I think it's our responsibility to do so because ultimately we all do. So those are a few things that I had.
The only thing I had, it wasn't really a question. I guess it was just the flip side of what Mr. Scarce is saying. On the last page, it says that we have to hold the line and find ways to reduce costs. And I would want to have more of an expanded conversation about what ways, not just find ways, but okay, we keep saying find ways, but let's operationalize that. What ways? What exactly are we going to do? And not go into 2021 just saying, okay, we got to find ways. Because we keep on saying we got to find ways. What are the ways? What are we actually going to do? And the same thing goes, as Mr. Scarce is saying, he gave a lot of specific examples as to ways to increase revenue. So we need to, I think, begin to pull the trigger on some of these things because we do a lot of talking. We need to start taking some action.
And as a follow-up on that, we talk about grants. We've been talking about grants forever, ever since I've been here. Finding grants to pay for specific things that are needed in the district. And even getting grants people and having a grants department and all of those things. I have yet to see really the payout along the lines of getting monies that may be available. We even talked about there's grants available for almost anything, but it takes somebody to do the paperwork, do the legwork to get the money. The money is out there. I know that. I talk with other districts. They're getting it, but we're not.
And if I can speak to that, not because I'm
Go
sorry.
right ahead.
I mean, we talked a lot of times about, we talk about more staff in central office. I don't think a person like a grants writer whose only responsibility is to look for, find money for ways to facilitate programs in the district, that's an asset. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have any issue saying, yeah, we need to, find a grants person or whatever, whatever that conversation is, because they pay for their seat. They would pay for a whole lot of seats. So I just wanted to kind of add that little piece.
I think what we, the board, need to do is do this strategic look of what we want. What are the services we want to provide for our students? You and I talk a lot about STEM type programs. And Ms. Allen, when you were going through the list of monies we spend out, they say charter and STEM schools. And I'm not sure why they differentiate STEM schools from charter schools.
Well, STEM schools are so few. There's
Right.
much different than the charter, the
Right.
Trotwood preps versus a STEM school that does.
Right,
just STEM
and I understand
education.
that,
Yeah,
but my
yeah, they-
point is STEM is the future. We're in
Yeah.
virtual learning. The whole country is in virtual learning. And we do ourselves and our students and parents a disservice if we don't take another strategic look to say, what does our administrative office look like? What is it we really need? What's the staff and supports we need in this environment? Because we might be here a while. And even if we're not here a while, if we provide both options moving forward when everything opens back up, we need to, I think, do this strategic look at what is it we need to provide for our students going forward to be competitive. And we really do need to look at those schools that are highly effective. What is it they do different? Do they use the same playlists we use? How do they teach? Do they do more project-based learning? So are the students required to do more leadership things, more community engagement type activities? And so we need to take and be real decisive on looking at that strategic plan of what we need to do, what we want to look like, and what services we want to provide to be competitive.
Ms. Jeter Freeman, I am in total agreement to all of that. I echo that. In a way, it's really interesting because we'll get down the agenda, but one of the things that I see us doing as a board in January, along with the superintendent, is setting out that strategic plan, just as you have presented. And along with that strategic plan of what does this district need during COVID and even past COVID, and what our district operations truly are and how we can evolve into a higher level effective district, we would look at goals for the board, the superintendent, and the district as a whole. And that would be a planning session. And it would be some work. I mean, we would sit down and we would literally go through departments, almost like a departmental audit for the district. And it's not going to get done all in one setting, but we have to start that process. And I think January would be a good time for us to look at getting that done. So I think exactly what you said needs to happen.
I would like to weigh in as well. I'm excited. It sounds really good. It sounds like what we should be doing, because we don't know, what the future is going to bring, but we know we want to be a part of it. So I think looking at schools that are being effective and finding out what they're doing, and looking into the possibility of STEM and doing more of that project-based learning there are some school districts that are doing that and doing it well. So, I'm excited about this opportunity to make these decisions and see how we are gonna move forward for the next 5 years. So when we look at that forecast, if nothing else, we'll agree that we really like what we're doing. It may cost us a little bit, but I think that it would be worth it to move our district.
Yeah, and even, I'm sorry.
My last comment, Ms. Allen, thank you for a very thorough, detailed presentation. And all the backup and explanations on the little booklet. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and it goes back also with the cost. And Dr. Crosby, you just mentioned that. I think it's important that people understand this board is not penny wise and dollar foolish. We don't mind spending money that is going to help our students get what they need and also help the district be more efficient and effective. And I think Mr. Scaris made an example with the grants person. They more than the benefit more than outweighs the risk along the lines of loss. So again, we don't want to be money tight and fist tight if we can improve. Thank you. And Ms. Allen, great presentation. Thank you so much. And you'll get back and let the board know how we saved the 1.9 in
Yes,
salaries
yes.
as well, because that would be interesting. Next up on the agenda, we're going to take a break before Dr. Edwards comes. She'll be on at 10 o'clock.
Right before we break, I'm just say this one thing.
Yes.
If we can get, before the evening is over, like, a scheduled time to do what, Ms. Bolton was talking about, or what you were talking about, set up a strategic plan,
Mhm.
because I don't want us to get past this point
Mm-hmm.
and then it not happen.
Yeah. We can do that at this meeting if you like. Okay, for January.
Yeah,
We have about
yeah.
10 minutes.
We on camera?
Are we
We
on?
have camera?
I hate to eat
You don't
it.
have mics? Yes, you do. I got something to tell the president now.
No.
I should wear my jacket. It's cold.
I was just, me too.
Marlon, how does this chair work? It's too low, I can't.
Can Luke hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
So can you see my slides now? Or do I have to hit present now?
Yeah, when you're ready to present, you can hit your slides. We can't see anything but you, okay? You're real big.
Okay.
So Luke, when we're
Okay.
ready, tell me.
Wow.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell
I
you why.
wonder why.
Norman, I'll tell you why. Okay. Okay, we're going to move into our second presentation, and that presentation today is by Dr. Vanessa Edwards. Vanessa is going to do a presentation for the board and superintendent and treasurer on Beyond PPE. She came to a work session, I believe, a while back and shared with us a little bit of the content and the reason behind Beyond PPE in order to make sure that we manage our own well-being and boost our immune systems and also have well-being. So I am going to present Dr. Edwards.
Thank you. I appreciate you all having me on today. So I have a few slides I'm going to go over. I think I hit entire screen. Oh, wow. Can you all see the presentation?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet.
Oh.
All right, while that's pulling up, let me know when it comes up. Hopefully it'll come up. Let's see. You're presenting to everyone. You still just see me?
We can just see you. We can't see your screen.
Oh, no.
Oh, you see it on your screen? Okay. Yeah. We have it on our. Here we go. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. There we go. We got you.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right. Thank you, Ms. Denise. All right, thank you for this opportunity. And so, yes, we're going to be talking about Beyond PPE, a naturopathic approach to COVID-19. I am a licensed naturopathic doctor, as well as acupuncturist, author, speaker, Bible teacher. In my practice, I focus on optimizing health using natural methods. So basically, as you are aware, we are faced with some very challenging times. There's much political unrest, there's economic instability, racism, and all of this in the midst of a global pandemic. So every person on earth has been affected by this virus. Teachers and staff members have returned or will be returning to school, and many are concerned about their health, the health of the students, and their own family members. So being on the front lines during this pandemic can create an enormous amount of stress. What teachers and staff do is so essential for this nation to get through this. Yet it is important that they, their families, and the students remain healthy. The virus has been examined and looked at extensively. So what type of virus it is, how it spreads, who's affected by it, what symptoms does it cause, how do we stop the spread, what medications are effective, how long will it take to get a vaccine. While these questions are necessary, along with the answers, are we still missing something? Are there other questions that should be asked and answered? So when I first started hearing about the coronavirus, I immediately compared the statistics of the virus to the influenza virus. So I didn't think it was such a big deal. But then upon further investigation, I began to see the cause of the urgency. So this led me to look for evidence-based research that would optimize the immune system. It led me to ask a different question. Are there reasons other than comorbidities that are causes to why African Americans are being affected at higher rates than other races with COVID-19? Why are some people's immune systems able to mount a correct response to the virus with either having no symptoms or mild symptoms that can be managed at home? compared to those who have an exaggerated or a hyperimmune response and have to be hospitalized. I have spent countless hours combing through research papers and articles and have found evidence based natural approaches that can help optimize the immune system. And I would like to share these findings with you. So, first off, we're going to start with the coronavirus itself, what it is. So basically, you've heard different names. It's coronavirus, COVID-19. You've heard SARS-CoV-2. Well, it is a double-stranded RNA virus. It has these spike proteins, and these spike proteins are what looks like crowns. And that's how it got its name, because crown means corona. So that's how it got its name. The coronavirus is not something that's new. The coronaviruses have been around for years, but this particular strain is something that is new. So I want to introduce you to a couple of people. So we have Kim and Jesse. They're good friends and they've been hanging out. And so as they're talking and kind of hanging out, they see some other friends and they go over and they're visiting with these other friends. But what they don't know is that one of the people in that group of their friends is actually positive for coronavirus. So again, they're just hanging out. They're not social distancing. They're not wearing masks. And as they're talking, they're just catching up, just doing normal stuff. They're laughing, just what you do normally. So they're doing these things, but what they don't know is what's happening in the unseen world, in the microscopic world, so on a microscopic level. So we're just going to talk about what's happening on a microscopic level. So when Kim and Jesse, as they're hanging out, the friends are talking, laughing, and they're breathing in. When they take in this breath, they're also taking in the virus. When they inhale, when the virus goes into the body, the first organ that it comes in contact with is the lungs. The lungs themselves have these receptors that can actually accept the coronavirus, and those receptors are called ACE2 receptors. And so when the virus attaches to this ACE2 receptor, it then goes inside the cell and then it begins to replicate. Once it begins to replicate, that's when the problem starts. And not only do the lungs have these ACE2 receptors, but the GI tract, the kidney, the heart, the bladder, the pancreas, as well as the placenta have these ACE2 receptors. So again, the virus begins to replicate. This then triggers the immune system, our defense system, or our white blood cells. You may have heard of white blood cells. So their goal is to come in and kill the virus. So this is, again, it's going on a microscopic level. Jesse and Kim have left their friends. They're at home. 3 days later, Kim begins to feel a little under the weather. She's tired. She has a slight cough. No big deal. A few days later, she gets a slight fever, and then she just starts to feel worse. She starts to have difficulty breathing. She then has to be rushed to the emergency room. She's then tested for COVID-19. She's found to be positive. She's put in ICU, and she's then put on a ventilator. She's on a ventilator for a couple of days, and then she begins to recover. She leaves the hospital after 14 days, but at the same time, Jesse has no symptoms. So how can we have these two extremes? Jesse has no symptoms, and Kim is in the ICU. Could it be the body's response to the virus that determines the outcome? So now we're going to talk about how the body responds to viruses. So we talked about the defense system. So once the virus gets inside the body, it begins to replicate. Now the defense system is on board, it is triggered. So your defense system begins to release these cytokines and chemokines, these chemicals to help stop the replication of the virus and to prevent the disease from becoming severe. But the virus is pretty tricky. It has several mechanisms that prevent the body from stopping it from replicating. So if the body is unable to stop the virus from replicating, what is the body going to do? It's going to produce more and more cytokines and chemokines. So when these chemicals are released, they begin to cause damage to organs. And if this isn't stopped, this is going to actually lead to what they call a cytokine storm. Once a person is in the cytokine storm, the lungs are being damaged. They're being have to more than likely be put on a ventilator like Kim. So I know this may sound a little disheartening, a little unnerving, but there is hope. So today, we're just going to take a look at the creation account in Genesis. We're going to go back to the basis. We're going to see what God says pertaining to optimizing our health. We're going to see if in the beginning God prepared us for COVID-19. So many of you all know this scripture. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless, it was void, there was darkness over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the surface of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. So I know you're probably asking, what in the world does this have to do with the coronavirus? And so as I was preparing for this, I took a look at night and day, evening and morning. So this made me think about the circadian rhythm. Our bodies are based on a circadian rhythm. So we make melatonin at night and we make cortisol in the daytime so that we can have energy and we can have a lively day. We make melatonin so that we can actually fall asleep. Now, most people know the supplement melatonin because melatonin is used to help people get a good night's sleep, but there is so much more to melatonin. Melatonin itself is actually a wonderful antioxidant. It's an anti-inflammatory, and it also increases glutathione production. So when we were talking about the body, the defense system creating these chemicals, these cytokines and chemokines, that's inflammation that's occurring in the body. Well, melatonin is an anti-inflammatory, and so it's going to help modulate that immune system so it won't overreact. It's also an antioxidant. So anti means against, oxidant means oxidation. So this melatonin is helping prevent oxidation that's occurring in the body because of this inflammatory response that is going on. So there's a study that was done, and they actually looked at melatonin, and it showed that melatonin greatly reduced the chances of a person with COVID-19 developing acute respiratory disease or acute lung injury. And so we know that when a person has COVID-19, again, one of the organs that is really damaged is the lungs. So melatonin can actually help with that. So there are ways that we can actually protect our melatonin production. So remember I said that we make melatonin at night. So if we have bright lights in the daytime, that's going to help you make melatonin at night. If you eat foods that are high in melatonin, so these are your fruits and veggies, this is going to help you produce more melatonin. And then you're going to decrease your exposure of blue light at night. So if you see this little picture over on the right-hand side, you see a picture of a person, and then that light is shining through the eyes. So as long as light is shining through the eyes, that's telling the body it's daytime. I don't need to make melatonin. So if you're staying up late at night, watching TV in the middle of the night, you're telling your body it's not time to produce melatonin. So again, we're trying to figure out the difference between why Kim's body reacted to the COVID-19 the way it did and how Jesse responded to the COVID-19 virus. So Jesse, he goes to bed at a decent hour, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, because he wants to make his melatonin. We make melatonin around 2 to 3 a.m., but we have to be asleep, and we have to be asleep in a dark room. So Kim is just the opposite. She is a night owl. I mean, she goes to bed maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, especially now that she's working from home because of the COVID-19 virus. So these are some things that are different. When Jesse, he stays up a couple times a night, late, maybe a couple times a month. If he's doing that, he's going to actually wear these blue light blocking glasses. They actually block the production of light. And so it's telling the body that light is being stopped. So you don't get that sense of it's still daytime. And so your body is beginning to make the melatonin to prepare you for bedtime. Other things that Jesse does, he sleeps in a dark room, and he's not checking his cell phone in the middle of the night. So here's some pictures of these blue light blocking glasses that I was talking about. And then Kim is just the opposite. She'll wake up in the middle of the night. She'll work on her phone. She'll maybe send out a couple of texts. And so when the light, even in the middle of the night, when your light is exposed to the eyes, you actually stop your production of melatonin. And melatonin is the master hormone. It's actually regulating that circadian rhythm. All right, now we're moving on to day 2. On day 2, water, there's a separation of the waters. And so we all know the importance of water. It's important that we have efficient amounts of water in our body, because water is going to help our bodies not to accumulate toxins. When toxins are accumulated in the body, these toxins can actually suppress the immune system. And when that immune system is suppressed, we're unable to recognize and eliminate bacteria or viruses. So what Jesse does, Jesse drinks not 8 glasses of water a day, but he drinks half his body weight in ounces a day. So you just take your body weight, divide that by 2, and that's how much water you should be drinking on a daily basis. On the other hand, Kim, she can't stand the taste of water. So she's more drinking soda, teas, things of that nature. Maybe get a cup of water a day. Washing hands. Washing hands is extremely important. We all know the benefits of washing hands. So Jesse, when he's maybe touched something that's possibly infected, he's washing his hands, he's using soap and water. Kim is mostly using hand sanitizer. And so there's some hand sanitizer is necessary. We can use it, but you want to use hand sanitizer that is more on the healthier side, not with all the chemicals, because that can cause a problem in itself. Okay. All righty. But we'll discuss hand sanitizer. I'm actually in the process of writing a book, and so I go into detail with the hand sanitizer. So on day 3, we get to vegetation. So we have vegetables, fruit yielding seed after their kind. We have nuts, grain on day 3. So as we know, fruits and vegetables contain vitamins and minerals and antioxidants. These things are a first line of defense. So eating healthy is so important. Supplementation is good, but supplementing is just what the word says. You're supplementing to a good diet. So I don't want to disregard eating healthy because I am going to go into talking about some um, vitamins and minerals. But Kim, on the other hand, she is a fast food junkie. She's eating out most days. She's not cooking at home. Jesse cooks at home. He eats a really good balanced diet. He eats out every now and then. But Jesse, this is basically her diet. It's full of preservatives, saturated fat, and sugar. And it really, when it comes down to it, it's really not food. It's something that's just filling our stomach to make us feel like we are satiated when we are not. So the first vitamin we're going to go to is vitamin C. So vitamin C is a micronutrient. A micronutrient is a nutrient that cannot be made by the body. So in order to get it, you have to supply it. So we have to supply our body with vitamin C. Vitamin C is also an antioxidant. It's an anti-inflammatory. It prevents viral infections. It also reduces the severity and length of infections. And most of us all know someone gets a cold, we have them take vitamin C so that that cold can get over much quicker. Many studies have been done with vitamin C. Many countries, China, even here in the US, they're actually doing IV vitamin C for patients with COVID-19 and seeing some very good results. A common complication of severe vitamin deficiency is pneumonia. And as we know, pneumonia is one of the common causes of COVID-19, which can lead to um, death. So this study here took a look at elderly patients with pneumonia. They were given vitamin C. That vitamin C reduced their severity and duration of the actual pneumonia. And then I also have some foods here that are high in vitamin C. And then some supplements as well. Personally, I like buffered vitamin C or liposomal vitamin C, but any type of vitamin C would be good. Then we're going to talk about zinc. Zinc is a trace mineral and it has wonderful antiviral properties. And so it's going to help the virus to not replicate. It also helps to modulate the immune system. So when we looked at Kim, we saw Kim's body responding in a very hyper response way to the virus. And so zinc helps to modulate that immune system so that you won't have this hyper response. I really like this with zinc. Many people know zinc. A lot of times you take zinc lozenges if you have a sore throat. So this is some of the things that zinc can do to help you. And then I have a list of foods here that are high in zinc. So we see that zinc can help inhibit RNA viruses from replicating. And so if you remember, the coronavirus itself is an RNA virus. It decreases the symptoms of the common cold, and it also lowers the rate of pneumonia in children. It also reduces the death rate among adults that have pneumonia. When you're deficient in when you're deficient in zinc, you are more susceptible to bacteria, viruses, as well as fungus infections. And below, I use a supplement called Biomin. It's a combination of zinc, copper, and other minerals as well. And next we're going to have glutathione, I really, really like glutathione. Glutathione is the major antioxidant in the body. You remember we talked about melatonin being an antioxidant, but glutathione is much stronger than melatonin. So it's the major antioxidant in the body. It protects the body against oxidative damage. And we saw that's what's happening with Kim, with her lungs. You have this hyper response. You have all these chemicals being released in response to the virus. So the glutathione helps protect the body from this damage. Glutathione is found in most cells, and we use glutathione when our body comes in contact with viruses and bacterial, but we use it up. So the thing is, so if your body comes in contact with it, and the longer the disease persists, the more glutathione you're going to need. So you need to continue to supplement your body with glutathione if you have a virus or bacterial infection, because low glutathione can actually lead to prolonged COVID-19 illnesses. I personally am very picky about the type of glutathione. So I like liposomal glutathione. Another one that I use is called Safe Cell, or you can actually use NAC. So NAC is a precursor to glutathione. And so it helps you, when you take NAC, it helps your body to produce more glutathione and is actually less expensive. Alrighty. So these are some foods or some ways that you can raise your glutathione. So when we took a look at Jesse, he eats fruits, vegetables on a regular basis. He eats organic as much as possible. He likes almonds. He's getting a good night's sleep, and he's decreasing his toxic load. On the other hand, Kim, she's eating a lot of processed food, sugars. She's under a lot of stress. She drinks alcohol. She smokes, and her body's just dealing with all of these toxins. Her glutathione was really low compared to Jesse, who had high amounts of glutathione. So when his body came in contact with the virus, he had no symptoms. Alrighty. So now we're moving on to day 4 of the creation. So day 4 of the creation is when the sun is created. And so we all know that the sun is so important for us to make vitamin D. And I really love vitamin D because it has some wonderful benefits. The only way that we can get adequate amounts of vitamin D from the sun is that we have to have direct contact with the sun. So you can't be sitting in your car, soaking in the sun with the windows up and your air conditioner on, thinking, oh yeah, this sun feels so wonderful, I'm getting some vitamin D. You have to be outside, your skin exposed, and the actual sun actually beaming on your skin. That's how we make vitamin D. So in the beginning of this pandemic, when the statistics started to come out saying that people of color were getting coronavirus more than other races, it made me to kind of think like, why is this happening? And so socioeconomic status was coming up, and living in polluted areas was coming up, and I think all those things are true. But I went in search of some evidence to see if vitamin D can be an issue. And the reason is because when you have melanin in your skin, you actually absorb vitamin D at a lower rate. So most people of color are actually deficient in vitamin D. And I found several papers that showed that when people have low levels of vitamin D, they also have high chances of actually catching the flu. I also found some papers that showed during 1918, during the Spanish flu, the same thing was happening. More people of color were dying or being affected by the Spanish flu than other races. And it was attributed to lack of vitamin D. So I like for you to have optimal ranges of vitamin D, ranges to be around 70. Most people are very low in vitamin D. When I test my patients for vitamin D at the beginning of the year, I was seeing things 11, 13. These levels are very, very low. So we have to make sure that our vitamin D levels are at a good rate. So this is a study that was done in Japan, and it showed that school children that were given vitamin D during the winter months, they had a 40% decreased chance of actually catching the flu. So the winter months, the kids were given vitamin D, 40% less of those kids actually caught the flu. And there was a reduced risk of respiratory tract infections as well. This study is a study that I found that came out on September 3rd of this year, and it was published in JAMA. Personally, I think this study should have been on all the news and news channels, over Facebook, social media, everywhere, because this was a wonderful study. Basically, what this study did was they looked at people and they looked at their vitamin D levels. If their vitamin D levels were below 20, they called them deficient. And those that were above 20, they called them sufficient in vitamin D. And so what it showed was those people that had a vitamin D level that was less than 20, they actually had more of those people whose vitamin D levels were less than 20 actually contracted the coronavirus compared to those whose vitamin D levels were higher. So this is actually saying, okay, if you have optimal vitamin D levels, you have a less of a chance of contracting vitamin D. So when we go back to Kim and Jesse, Kim's vitamin D levels are low. She doesn't like to be in the sun. Jesse, he's out. He's playing ball. He's getting sun on a regular basis. They're hanging around the same friends. Jesse has no symptoms, but Kim has to go to the hospital. Well, Jesse had adequate amounts of vitamin D, yet Kim did not. And below are some supplementation suggestions for you. I could stay on the soapbox of vitamin D all day long, but we're going to move on to day 5. Here, God creates fish, and he also creates birds. So we're going to look at fish, or fish oil, or omega-3 is what we're going to concentrate on today. All right, so omega-3s are very good for us. Every single cell in the body is actually going to be created of a good fat or a bad fat. And so the cell walls of the cells, again, are created of a good fat or a bad fat. So you want the cell walls to be created of a good fat. And so omega-3s or fish oils are really good. I'm really picky about the type of fish oils that you take, because if you don't get a high quality fish oil, it can be contaminated with mercury and heavy metals and things of that nature. So this study was done in April of 2006, and it consisted of 100 patients, and these patients were actually on ventilators. So they already had either pneumonia or acute lung injury of some sort. So while the patients were on ventilators, they were actually given a regular standard diet, or they were given a standard diet, and that standard diet was supplemented with a fish oil. EPA or GLA is what they're calling it. They were given these fish oils for about 14 days, and the results showed that those that received the fish oils had a significant improvement in oxygenation, and the length of time that they were on the ventilators were actually reduced. So fish oils can be very important prior to you actually having to go in the hospital. So having sufficient amounts of fish oil is important. So day 6, we come to day 6, and this is when man is made, and man is created in God's image. So this leads me to what we call the microbiome. So our bodies are made up of bacteria, funguses, and viruses. And so this is kind of a new area that scientists have been looking at, the microbiome. So we have a gut microbiome. The lungs also have a lung microbiome. They used to think that the lungs were sterile, but now they're finding that the lungs themselves have good bacteria and good bacteria that help, and then the intestines themselves, they have a combination of good and bad bacteria. So it's important that we have really good gut health. As a naturopathic doctor, we're always helping patients get good gut health, because we believe that most diseases begin in the gut. And so, as you can, if you recall, the intestines also have the receptors, those ACE2 receptors that can actually bind to the coronavirus. And then actually, once it binds to, it goes into the body. So if you have a good gut microbiome, that good microbiome can actually prevent the virus itself from attaching and going inside the body. So probiotics, I'm sure many of you may be even taking probiotics. Many people are using Activia or yogurt to get probiotics. Just FYI, that really does not work. The yogurt itself usually is full of sugar, and it does not have enough good bacteria to actually make a difference. So I personally like the Bacillus coagulans, which is a spore probiotic. And then we get to day 7. So we know on day 7, God rested from all the work that he had done. So it is important that we have self-care, that we take out some time to rest. And that doesn't mean just sleeping, but you're resting. You're giving your body a break from the work that you are doing. And so you're doing things that you like to do on purpose. Kim, she never did that. She was a workaholic. She, again, staying up in the middle of the night. She's got to get it done. I'll take care of myself later. Everything and everybody came before Kim. And Jesse, he took care of himself. He did things on purpose. This is a picture of me on a kayak. This is one of the things I started to do since the coronavirus. I found a newfound love of kayaking. So I'm out there, I'm getting exercise. I'm also getting vitamin D. So there's something that you like to do. And so I want you to do it, and I want you to do it on purpose. So which character do you best relate to? Are you more Jesse, or are you more of a Kim? So just kind of evaluate, see where you are, see where you're kind of falling short, and begin to make those changes so that you can optimize your immune system. Just want to thank you all for listening today. I hope you learned something. And I'm actually, again, in the process of getting this book published. It's called Beyond PPE, a naturopathic approach to COVID-19, and it will be available on next week on Amazon. It's going to come out as a digital Kindle book first, and then in a couple of weeks, I'll have hard copies. So if you are interested, you can go straight to Amazon and get that. And then here's information, my website. I'm located right here in Trotwood on Salem Avenue. Stop by, and if you're interested in any of the supplements, we have those here at the office. And then I also have a website where you can get those supplements from as well. So that is going to be the end of the presentation. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer those. Anybody have any questions?
I do.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay. The first one I have, I guess, is dealing with the vitamin C issue. No, I'm sorry, not vitamin C, but vitamin D issue. You were saying that you should have a number of around 70. Do you have to go to a doctor and specifically ask for some kind of a test or something to get that kind of a numeric value?
Yes, yes. Your doctor can order a vitamin D test for you. For some reason, many of my patients are saying that their doctor will not do it. I'm not sure why, but I do vitamin D testing as well. It's a home test that you can actually do. I prick your finger. You come in, I prick your finger, send it off, get your results. And then what I will do is, from your results, tell you how much vitamin D that you need to be taking on a regular basis to either increase your levels or to maintain your levels.
Are there specific, this might be kind of redundant, but are there specific things that you can look for within yourself or someone else to kind of cues to kind of give you an idea of whether or not people are getting enough of the vitamin C, the zinc, or the glutathione?
Yeah, there are no really outward symptoms unless you're extremely deficient. And so, as a rule of thumb, especially during the winter months, because we make the vitamin D through direct contact with the sun in the fall and winter months, because of the angle of the sun, and because we're getting less sun, you're going to make less vitamin D in the winter months. So we definitely need to be supplementing with vitamin D, definitely in the fall and the winter times. Other nutrients like vitamin C, and zinc and glutathione. Those are some things, again, you can get through food, and you can't, they're testing, you can do tests to see if you're deficient in those nutrients. But I always say, especially in flu season, it's good to have those on board just in case as preventative measures. So taking about 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day is wonderful. For glutathione, I usually take that for preventative measures. I'll take that 3 or 4 times a week. I won't take it every day.
The last one, I keep hearing a lot of mixed reviews on the value of omega-3 fish oils and that kind of thing. You may have explained it already in some of what you were talking about the omega-3. But what type? I know fish and that kind of thing, but are there any specific types of fish that are better? And I know there are some limitation or suggested limitation on how much certain types of fish you can eat and that kind of thing.
Sure.
Can you speak on that a little bit?
Yes. So Wild caught salmon is really good. High in vitamin. I'm sorry, I'm stuck on vitamins. High in omega threes. So your larger fish are high in omegas. Again, you have to watch the amount of the larger fish that you eat because of the mercury content. Also, in my book, I have a whole list of foods that are high in omega threes, but you have things like your flax seeds, chia seeds, high in omega 3, salmon, your trout. Those are again, your larger fish are high in omegas. You want wild caught, you don't want farmed. If it's farmed, the amount of omegas is going to be really low, because basically the fish are lazy and they're being fed. They're not out in the wild. They're not swimming against the stream. They're not, hunting for their food. So therefore, the content of the omega 3s in their muscle is going to be much lower. Also, the amount of toxins in farm raised fish is much higher. And then I also wanted to go back to the type of vitamin D you want to take. You want to take vitamin D3, not D2, D3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments for Dr. Edwards?
I would like to make a comment.
Yes.
I found it very interesting, and I mean, right away, there are things that I could see, that I could do to probably enhance my system. I actually went back and grabbed some juice because I thought that's something I can get started with easily. So I did appreciate all of the information that you shared, and I think it makes things a little less scary. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good. And that's one of the things I want to accomplish. I want us to be armed with information so that we can take a proactive step. It's not like we're just sitting back waiting. What if I come in contact with this virus? Because at some point in time, all of us have been or will be in contact with this virus. But if we have the right things on board, if our immune system is prepared, you're going to be okay. There is hope.
Yeah, and I also want to say, Mr. Andrews, you mentioned how do you know your vitamin D levels? I personally, and this has been years ago, whenever I go for a physical, I ask for a full panel, and they will do the vitamin D test, okay? A full panel. You know how they do your physical. Just ask for a full panel, and it's all, covered with your physical. And that way you can actually be able to get those numbers. And a lot of times, you know how they may say, oh, it's a little low. Well, I'll ask what a little low is because mine was a 15. And what I found is 15 is extremely low, especially when the baseline is 70. And one thing that I found out after working with the nurse practitioner in practice was not only all the things that Dr. Edwards shared, the benefits of vitamin D along the lines of boosting your immune system, but it's also responsible for 17 different types of cancers. Top 3 being breast, colon, and prostate. So all of those simple things, it's just like bare basics can really save your life along the lines of just keeping your body and your immune system strong. So I appreciate the information that you shared today. And I don't know, even when you mentioned exercise and doing some fun stuff, that in itself, it sounds like for you, kayaking relieves stress and anxiety.
Yes.
That's a big thing across the board. We all look at, okay, I can drink water, I can go to bed early, I can get rid of the blue light, I can do all these other things, but just simple things like reducing stress and anxiety by adding in activities, even activities and things that you enjoy. So if you don't enjoy working out, don't go working out because that's more stressful. No problem, Mr. Scaris. Okay. But if you enjoy dancing, dance, kayaking, whatever that may be, in your daily routine. Baking, Miss Jeter Freeman, okay. Even though you get us all fat, but guess what? But bake, whatever that thing is. And I think that we holistically as a district, not just Trotwood, but all, our whole community, that would be good advice just for what we're dealing with the pandemic, aside from everything else, you talked about the receptacles and you talked about, all of these other terms and all of these, things that are related to COVID, but just getting back to the basics, I think that's important. And I think that's where we should start. A lot of times we try to do all these other things, but just basics could be essential. So I appreciate that because you jarred my memory of what those basics might look like for me and help me to remember what I already knew.
Yes, and one important thing is to cut off the news. You may think it's not affecting you, but it really is. It really is. At the beginning of the pandemic, I found myself, just always looking at it, seeing what's new, what are they saying? And day after day, I'm like, well, they're saying the same thing. So I had to pretty much just give myself some parameters. I can look at it, give myself 15 minutes, get it, catch up on what's going on, and then I'm done. And then, with the election, day after day after day, you continue to watch that over and over again. It's affecting you physically. So just put parameters on that, on what you're allowing in your ear gate and your eye gate. It's important.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Dr. Edwards. We appreciate you. We appreciate the information. Yes.
You're welcome. They'll be looking for that book. It'll be coming out soon, next week.
All right. Thank you so much.
Alrighty.
All
Thank
right.
you. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Okay. Next. I know. Give me a minute, guys. I have no idea. My computer's off and, okay. Don't know where we are. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Go right ahead.
Next up, superintendent's report.
Thank you. Look, as I scramble through these papers. Okay, that's why you gotta get it. Have a good sidekick. Go right ahead. Thanks, Myra. So that would be Dr. Cosby.
I guess I would like to pick up where we left off by just addressing, I think, one issue that had come up, and I wanted to reiterate what was going on with winter sports, because I know that was a concern. OHSAA, as Mr. Howard shared with you, they have been holding meetings. We have been involved in listening to those and getting all the criteria. And I wanted to remind us that they do have very stringent protocols for all sports. They also are continually monitoring the situation and making decisions. I understand that, almost on a weekly basis, they're going to hold, news conferences and let us know what's next, what's going on. Right now, the determination is that the virus is really not moving through the activities themselves, but the problem arises with the behavior of people who actually come to watch them, and that has been controlled now. They have limited spectators to 15% of the capacity of the facility, or 300 people, whichever one is the least amount. So if you have a small facility and, they would take the 15%, because that may be as many as 15 people can be there. If it's a huge facility and you could get more than 300, you would not be allowed to have them, so there'd be no more than 300 people. So I did want you to know that we are still monitoring that. We are participating in winter sports, but we're doing it with the backing of OHSAA. I did get some feedback from staff. they were asked 3 questions by TNEA, and the first question was, would taking student temperatures alleviate some of their anxiety? The majority of them said that it would not hurt them to do it. They would like that, except for the person who actually takes the test. She was saying she would have to be closer, and this was in one building. I don't know who it is that I'm referring to. I just know they sent me anonymous responses to these questions. She said that would cause anxiety for her, and then a lot of people said that it would not matter to them one way or another. As far as having that day off, the majority, Fridays we're talking about, the majority of them said that yes, that would alleviate some of their anxiety. They are not in contact at all in a building where there are people, that are not a part of their family circle, and so it would allow them an opportunity to just sort of take care of themselves. They continue to work. They work so hard on Fridays, but they said to work in your home in an environment that you feel safe in would be beneficial to them. And then the third question I believe they were asked, was there anything else that could be done? And there was, not much else mentioned by anyone. They just said, that they are working on weekends after hours. They wanted to know that we understood that and respected that they put in a lot more hours than the hours that happen at work. So I would say I received 2 batches of information. They appear to come from 2 different buildings, and between them it was about 50 responses. I don't know if others didn't realize that we were having a meeting this morning or just chose not to respond, but I would say I got about 50 responses.
Well, we did say that we would further discuss, because I know that our vice president had to step away on an appointment and leave the meeting. And Mrs. Freeman also had another obligation. And so we just kind of left the discussion where it was, and we just continued as we've been operating. And I want to open that discussion back up. And thank you. Thank you for doing that research and doing a survey of what people were thinking and what they thought might help. I'm going to open it back up, the discussion. Mr. Henders.
In addressing the idea of students being checked coming in the building, I had a couple of ideas. I think one I had mentioned previously, but I can see where that could be a bit of a log jam in the morning, trying to get everybody in the building. And so what I had thought of was, we have multiple exits at the buildings. If we turn those into entrances and maybe had students enter a specific door by their grade level, that kind of thing, that might speed it up. And in terms of doing the temperature, at one of the facilities where I work, what they do is they have a almost like a podium, but on that they have a temperature gun thing that you can point at your forehead and take your temperature, and everybody that comes in does their own. And they have there they have gloves, but I could envision us maybe having some for the wife or something, and there could be someone who's observing, doesn't necessarily have to come in contact with that particular student or any of the students, but they could just observe it and see that they're positioning the instrument correctly, and then the reading comes out on the backside, and they could be there where you can see it, that kind of thing, to kind of work with that if that would help.
When you think about that, and as you're saying that, the students have already, in most cases, gotten on the bus. So if the student, get on the bus around all the other students and the bus driver, and then we take the temperature after they get in the building, then you're backtracking, So I think it's a little more complicated than, or we really have to lay out or map out. Are there any other districts that are taking students' temperature, and do we know when and how and who?
Like us, most districts have asked the parents to do that check at home. We realized that the parents may not have access to a
Right.
thermometer, so that was a little bit of an issue, but we have purchased, and they're putting together wellness packages that are going to every household, and there is to be a thermometer in that, so that, we're asking you to check the students' temperatures. Now, of course, we understand that the dilemma in that is some people can say they did and they didn't, so we don't know. But Marlon, do you know specifically if there is another district taking the temperatures? Because the superintendents that I talked to in Montgomery County, they don't talk about taking the temperatures.
Most districts are not.
Yeah.
That speaks against taking students' temperatures because of the nature of fluctuating body temperatures of young people, especially kids, 12 and under, different things that could raise the body temperature, but also it speaks to the overall operational aspect of it as well. What we have done is we have provided handheld thermometers in the buildings, and there are some of our buildings, one or two specifically, have started instituting a process where they do bring kids in and they scan them initially. We've also installed standing thermostats. The only issue is that most of them are installed at adult heights, so we have to engage that. So we would just have to, again, from a global perspective, put together some processes that allow, folks to take pictures and feel safe as well. So we do have two buildings that we have started doing that. And the goal is to try to formulate processes with them.
And we did ask the buildings, what did they need, what equipment did they already have, what did they feel they needed? So we started this process, after the board recommended that we do that.
So Madison Park and I believe Westbrook apparently they started to take temperature. We're working on high school. Our hope is that we can obtain some more of the self-scanning machines because with the high school students, putting them in certain spaces. I don't know if you've seen it on the pad hit by our time clock, putting them in certain spaces where as the kids enter, they can get their temperature scanned. Then there can be an adult monitor and not actually have to take the temperature. So we're just trying to work through those processes. One of the big issues right now is just obtaining some of those things. So much of that stuff is in order across the country. You have to buy it when you see it. So we're actually looking to try to find some more of the self-scanning, some more of the handhelds. Handhelds are a little more higher in stock. So we'll purchase some additional handhelds. But the mounted temperature sensors we're trying to find those that are not ridiculous prices.
I would definitely say that's probably been the best explanation I've had about why we're not taking kids' temperatures versus what the head nurse said of it's not being best practices, because I went to visit, my mother was in the hospital and they wouldn't let me in Miami. I was about taking my temperature. And I had 2 doctor's appointments on the day of our meeting. They wouldn't let me in without taking my temperature. Yeah, so it's like these are the hospital and 2 doctor's appointments, and they took our temperature. So that seems like that would be, I mean, they're the experts to me. And so that's like best practices. And so he gave me the first explanation as to why kids wouldn't get their temperature taken, because their temperatures fluctuate when they're under the age of 12. That makes sense to me. That's like, okay, I can understand it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but that's the first thing that's like, okay,
That makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, versus it's not best practice when I go to the hospital and they take it, you know what I mean? Or if I go to the doctor's office and they take it, so that actually makes sense. But we have a lot of kids who are over the age of 12, and there's gotta be something that we have to put into place
For
that.
The age of body tends to, I've read so much about this process here, because as you age, your body tends to standardize its temperature a little more. The older you are, taking on the exertion, activities, you may come in and you may be hot, and withstanding hot, unfortunately, we'll be sending kids home or isolating students based on some things that may have not settled yet. So that is why, kind of why the CDC has recommended against symptom assessments for kids, especially upon their children. Say, for instance, you live in California and you're lined up, you're standing outside in the sun, and you bring kids in, take temperatures, and you assess 5 or 10 kids that are at 90, 99, or 100. So the general for us goes back to the relative.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Part of the conversation that we started at the last meeting in regards to taking temperatures and stuff like that, not that we disregard what the guidance is, wasn't really about what the guidance was. It was about what do we think will make the teachers feel better. And so if taking the temperatures makes them feel better, then take the temperatures. Reluctantly, I'll own up to, I withdrew my children from Trotwood-Madison because virtual learning just would not work for us. So I did take them to a local charter school. And they take their temperatures every morning when I drop them off in front of the building. And before they can get in, they do. I mean, it is a bit of a congested area, but you understand that going in. And it does kind of make you feel a little bit better. And so I want us to make sure that we do follow the guidance in regards to some of these issues, but it really wasn't about the guidance. It was about how do we ease the emotional health of our staff and students. So it will mostly staff. So and parents, and if that's what we got to do, then just, and when I was in Puerto Rico here a couple of days ago, every place you went into had a standing temperature thing, that you didn't walk into the building until your temperature was taken. And most of them dished out hand sanitizer. If we have $1.7 million, and I realize what Mr. Howard was saying, it's probably difficult to get your hands on some of those things. Let's just go ahead and make that investment if it makes our staff feel better.
I think if you have an opportunity to bring them on the building, you will see the retrofitting that we've done with regards to adults.
Oh, let me just say, Miss Fordyce, don't be playing. Yeah, so. I realize
Our
that.
next step would just have to be making the investment in stuff, items that we need to secure for taking the students' temperature. So the fact that we started doing that, like I said, Madison Park, Westbrook, have a process in place that they're comfortable. Our next step is to get the other people what they need. As an adult coming into the same entrance, all staff members are scanned, all visitors are scanned. We have a mobile scan at all 5 entry desks. When you come in, or if you see them, you come in here, it stands up on the tripod, and it's connected to a monitor, and as you come in, it scans your body heat sensor. Because of heat sensor, it scans your body heat, and it'll pop up different numbers. So if there's 10 people coming in, it'll scan everybody. If somebody is hot, it'll pop up and it'll start flashing. So we've made a significant investment with the CARES money. So now our next step is, if we're going to do this, then we need to start finding additional equipment for things.
Yeah.
The other thing, okay, I'm sorry, we would have to do, so what would be the protocol if I send my child to school, their temperature reads hot? Are we mandating that they go, or are we requiring that they go be tested before they come back to school?
The protocol is that if you just retire a student, you're isolated for 15 minutes, and it's taken again, and then after it's taken again, then at that point, we have isolation rooms designated in each of the buildings where students are isolated in the process of trying to get tested. We can't mandate anybody to take tests.
Okay, so at that point, when do we allow them back? Do we allow them back the next day?
72 hours without symptoms.
Okay.
And I think if your child gets a temperature and the school tells you, I think you're automatically probably get them tested. I mean, I would imagine.
Yeah, we don't want to assume.
I'm just assuming.
Yeah. Well, it sounds, I'm sorry, Ms. Wilson, you were going to say something.
What was I gonna say? I forgot it was about the temperature.
I'm sorry, did I miss you?
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. So, I went to a restaurant for the first time since COVID, and they took our temperatures before we went in. And I did feel like, whew, okay, that's great. However, when I got in there, a lot of people were like, cool, that's great, and took their mask off, and that was it. Like, that means everybody in there couldn't have had it, right? Because it took temperatures. And so because we take temperatures, we don't want people to get laxed and think that, okay, everybody's good because we took
Right,
temperatures.
right.
So we have to make sure that they understand that that doesn't mean you don't wear your mask. You know, that means that everybody doesn't have a temperature. And this is to make you feel like a little bit better, but
Yeah.
still make sure you have your mask.
Like Mr. Scary said, when we started this conversation, we started with the stress and anxiety that our staff is feeling. So this dialogue, I would like it to be about things that we can do to help aid our staff and teachers and along the lines of what we as a district can take the responsibility in doing to alleviate the stress. I mean, because again, it's not just stress on one day, it's stress every single day. And we want to make sure that their well-being is taken care of. And if this is just one little thing that we can do, like you said, it felt better, we can do that. And you have the opportunity to do it. The treasurer has the money to do it through the COVID funds, and the district is sanctioning it. So if it makes our staff and everybody puts them at ease, thank you, Dr. Cosby, for moving forward on that. Thank you, Mr. Howard, for going ahead, initiating what we need to do, how we need to set things up. Because here's the thing about this board. The board will make a suggestion or maybe even a recommendation because we set the directives for the district. We set the directive, we put that in place. Like when we tell you, superintendent, we want safety. We're not going to go out and say, okay, well, let's buy 5 of these and 3 of these and everybody gets a thermometer. We're not going to do that. That's all operational. That's your job. And guess what? And we're going to let you do that. And so I want to thank you for doing your job and moving forward. And so, again, that's what this conversation is about. So right there, then and there, everybody does their jobs, and that's one remedy to help with anxiety and stress. Another thing, Mr. Scares, you're right on time, because I just said that really this conversation is also about what we can do to help alleviate stress and anxiety in the district, not just one thing, but what other things that can we do to build up so that people feel comfortable all the time when they're in the district, in and out of the classroom.
You asked me for ideas?
Yeah, well, think about that, but then go ahead and make your statements about how you feel about the Fridays or where we're headed.
So, okay, so my degree work, or my area, I guess you could say, of somewhat expertise, is in psychology and emotional health. So I can only speak for myself, and I'm gonna quote Ms. Ernestine here, who said that maybe when I explain stuff, I need to check my tone a little bit. So I'm gonna try to express it in a way that is understandable.
Thank you, Ms. Grisby.
It's not, for me, I personally don't care if the teachers work on Friday nights. I think from a psychological standpoint, from an emotionally healthy standpoint, I would just like that to be an upfront conversation. That says, hey, you know what? Our teachers have been working extra hard. They've been pulling double duty, trying to facilitate in-classroom learning, virtual learning. And I think that maybe they should have Fridays off.
It's not Fridays off.
It's not off.
No, not off.
Yes, please.
Not off.
At home.
At home.
Work
Yes,
from home.
thank
Right.
Yeah.
And not that the explanations that were provided weren't substantial enough to justify that. But from an emotionally healthy standpoint, maybe that conversation has shifted just a little bit.
Yeah.
1 minute, Ms. Freeman will get her turn. You can finish.
and I say that, I say that openly, so if the conversation shifted a little bit around the justification as to why working from home on Fridays is something that's needed. If I can speak freely for myself, then let's just say that. Let's just say, I think that working from home, on Fridays is emotionally healthy. It's a good decision for the fortitude of our staff and our teachers to be able to do that. Again, not that the other stuff was not credible by any means. I also want to speak to my comments in regards to winter sports. And not that I have an issue with winter sports. I don't. I want us to acknowledge the contradictory statements of the winter sports versus in-classroom instruction. Whatever the guidance is from OSHA in regards to how wonderfully facilitated the coaches and the sports teams and athletics directors do in regards to our sports programs or our winter sports programs, if they limit the capacity to spectators. What if one person of the people that have been limited has it? What if one of the players has it? What if one of the coaches has it and doesn't know? I went to a football game, one of the football games we had, and the same guidance. You got to have your mask. The crowd was limited. I walked in there working hard and nobody had a mask on. And so I just want us to understand that if we're going to use this guidance for one area of what we think is absolutely important to the social and emotional aspect of our students, then you can't say it works on one side and not say it works on the other side. For me, it just doesn't make any sense. And it's not to say, please understand that I think we should not play sports or extracurricular activities. I don't think that's the case. But I think if the guidance from one organization that leads us in one direction says, this is okay to do this, and the same, entity or same arm of that organization says, it's okay to do this for sports and okay to do this for in-classroom instructions, but that information is the same. I hope I'm making it clear that, if it's good for the gander over here, then it's got to be good for the goose over here. I hope that makes sense. But
Yeah.
that's all I got to say.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. As a matter of fact, it's clear as mud along the lines of what we do with the left hand, we should do on the right hand. Things need to be evenly handed and not leaning one way toward a particular direction with the same rules and same guidance. But on the other side of the coin, we're leaning a completely different direction. So I think that is open for further explanation. Ms. Freeman?
On the sports, the one thing I didn't know, it's not the same. The protocol, at least for football, they write your name, they write your temperature. The protocols were much more extensive than they are for our students going into the classroom. And it was going in, and it was more testing. It was more contacting, and that's a lot of players to write down the name, write down the temperature, and track that. Not saying one way or the other, but that's something I didn't know, that they do more on that end for that. And if we be honest, a lot of the parents that have students that play sports, particularly basketball, because my daughter did, and they have AAU, those parents are taking them to those games and whatever anyway. I'm not advocating one way or the other, but just so that we do know that. And then on the Friday school, yesterday was Friday. I happen to have my grandson. There were 4 Zooms. There's a teacher that says, call me Saturday if you need extra work. I want to honor that we have a lot of those teachers. And again, there are a lot of districts that do allow that grace and that mental recuperation. And then too, for us, it prepares our teachers if they have to go virtual at home and they can't be in the building. But they've been in the building, since day one, all of them. So I do advocate for them being allowed to work from home. But we do have to do the accountability, because there might be some teachers that, I'm working and I see this person maybe. We have to make sure that they follow the protocols. And again, I will say that I think the majority are. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Vice President?
Sure. What I was thinking about yesterday, and I kind of think Mr. Scares probably taps my phone or something, or he does some underhanded stuff to get into my business. But because I actually echo a little bit of what he says. I was thinking yesterday, what are we really trying to get to? What is the bottom line here? When we talk about the teachers being off on Friday, I kind of felt like from what I listened to at the meeting, that we weren't really getting to the heart of what we really wanted to say. It was like, oh, it's for safety. Oh, it's for this. Well, what do we really want? What do we really want to say? And so if we're saying that they work really hard and they need the time off, then let's just, like Mr. Scares say, let's just say it. Let's just say that's what I want to happen. And then let's just do it, versus all of the other stuff that kind of got added into it and made it a very sort of convoluted conversation. But as I sit here today on a Saturday, and when I leave here today, I'm going to go home and I have a lot of stuff to do that I'm going to do, for my students. And so I know that teachers do a lot outside of work hours. I do understand that. And I know that teachers are going to be working remotely and they will be doing what they're supposed to do on Fridays, most of which will. And as Ms. Judah Freeman said, there are going to be some that aren't, so there needs to be a way that we can hold all teachers accountable so that we know everything is being done for our students, So I think that was the biggest thing that kind of stuck out to me, is that it didn't seem like we were being we weren't keeping it real. What do we really want? If we want it to be that, hey, we think they work hard, they need this time to get their minds together, boom, let's do it. I mean, of course, the classrooms are going to be super clean, because honestly, the classrooms are probably cleaner than home. When you think about it, Marlon said he's going to sanitize these rooms down to the everything. That's cleaner than my house. What he said, what he's doing, his people are doing, that's cleaner than my house. And then you're going to be in there by yourself with a mask on. How much safer can you be? That's super safe. That's super clean and safe. Better than my house. But that doesn't mean that I feel safe or that I'm not anxious, And so we were just like going around and around for nothing. The bottom line is we just need to think about how we want to make people feel better, As far as the sports thing goes, I'm not even sure I'm prepared to even talk about that. I feel the same way I felt about it for winter sports. Parents are going to want what they want, and what they want may be different than what I would want for my child. And so I think that that's going to have to be something that parents are going to have to determine for themselves and for their own children.
Thank you. I echo what you've said, and I've echoed what Mr. Scares has said as well, getting down to the nitty-gritty on really what it is. And if that's what it is, it is. However, I don't think it should stop there. And this is my issue with the way that it was presented. Like that was the only option. And it's not. And it's one option along with the temperatures. But what else can we as district leadership do? That is the charge that I give to you, Superintendent, and your cabinet and the administrators. And what I mean by that is this social emotional stress, it's not just Trotwood. And guys, it's not just teachers either. It's 452 staffers, okay? So it's not whether the teachers are working, okay? It's it's clerical. It's social workers. It's bus drivers, it's food service. So, and it's not a day off. Let's get that straight too. And I'm going to tell you why I say that, because I actually listened to our meeting and there were 2 times where it was said it's a day off. I think it's been miscommunicated. And maybe that's why there are people that are in Walmart and running around, because, and you guys can listen to it yourself. Okay. There's 2 times where it says it's a day off. Just because they're off that day. No, they're not off. Like the superintendent said, it is a work day. And I think we need to better communicate that it is a work day, even if it is a remote work day. And if you wouldn't be in Myers at 10 o'clock in the morning on a regular work day, you shouldn't be in Myers at 10 o'clock in the morning on a remote work day. So I think the communication needs to be tight when we talk about working remotely, period. And the other part is the responsibility that the administration and the board, as well as superintendent, has for our people. Have we implemented any social emotional programs? Have we implemented any constructive type of, I don't know, providing proper resources to go along with those programs to help your psychology major, to help those staff people, whether they're teachers in a classroom or if they're bus drivers, deal with the anxiety and stress? Have we addressed any of that? I mean, it seems like we're jumping here, but have we taken steps for the 4 days that they do come in to alleviate stress there? I mean, have we done any mentoring along the lines of guidance of how to handle stress? Have we done meditation? Have we done mindfulness? Have we done, because other districts their staff's there 5 days a week. Whether they're in person, now that's really, really stressful, all day, 5 days in person, or whether they're blended like we are, or whether they're completely virtual. We can't just take, this is that even-handedness. We can't just take care of people on Friday. We got to take care of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And so that is what my argument would be, is for us as leadership to come up with some wellness programs that for our staff, mentally and emotionally, to address those needs and provide resources behind them. And again, I think a lot of it would mean that the administration is going to have to step up to help their people and help each other. So again, it's not about, whether they're in the building or out of the building working. It's about, as you stated, I want to take care of my people. Well, if you want to take care of them, you got to really take care of them. And that's not just, and again, it's not a day off. It's just a day remote. And as far as the sports are concerned, I don't know if we'll all ever be in agreement on that subject matter, frankly, because at the end of the day, we have to substantiate why we do this over here and why we do this over here. And for many of us, we were here, we've been here for a while. And even for the new folks that are on the board, this district had 7 straight years of an F, a failing grade. Our number one objective and the reason that we all exist here is to educate children. I want to speak specifically to Ms. Bozeman and Ms. Jeter Freeman. If you recall, during those times, it was every boot on the ground. It wasn't just this board, it was every boot on the ground to try to get us over that bubble. That meant working 8 days a week. I mean, it meant doing whatever we had to do to get us through what we need. Ms. Allen, you were here too. How many times did we go to Columbus to talk with the state superintendent and share our plan and how hard our people work and how committed they were and make us look like we took ourselves over before they would? That's important. And stress, they kept saying, well, you guys are so good in basketball and football. No, we're good in academics, as well. And we can be. But again, I say that because when we talk about we want to keep everybody safe in one aspect, but then I don't know, we're real loose over here. We have to consider that, and we need to think strategically, because I myself don't really understand it. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't understand it. I don't understand how we could say we want to keep everybody safe in one respect, and then in the other respect, we're going to go with another kind of set of rules, and the rules are all the same. And given that, and I'll just, as an example, even when the parents came to us with the football, and I think there was something out there. There was a child on our football team. He was positive. He was in the hospital. He fought. He got better, and all of those things happened, and he still wanted to play football, and that's okay. But a lot of times, and this is what other districts are saying, sometimes what's more important to other people to push through to the state championship and to be very, I want to say, private as to really what's going on, so that we don't jeopardize the trophy. It happens. And that's the reality. And I'm saying it because it's real. And given that, I still stand where I stand. It's up to the district, and it's the consensus of the district. But I just, for the record, Mr. Scaris, like Mr. Scaris says, for the record, I don't think it's even-handedly. Either way you put, I don't think it's the same. I think that we are very loose when it comes to sports and athletics. And I think that we're not so, and we're very strict, and we want to walk a real tight line, and we want to make sure that we go over and above, in other areas, but not across the board.
And if I can just add this, I actually want to use what Mrs. Freeman said, that there is a difference. There is a lot that is done to make sure that the safety of those playing is adequate. It's done. There's a lot that's happening, whether it is suggested by OSHA or not. There's a lot that is happening to ensure the safety of the coaches and the players, the spectators. Well, then, in my opinion, the same amount of things should be done when we talk about in-classroom instruction.
Right.
If it works over here, then certainly it will work over here. And the argument has been, well, sports is voluntary. Well, right now, so is in-classroom instruction.
Yeah.
Parents don't have to send their kids to in-classroom instruction. They have the choice at this moment to decide whether or not they want virtual or in-classroom instruction. I'm just saying, if this is not me saying for anybody that's listening, we shouldn't play winter sports. I am saying, if we're going to go the extra, is this on? Go the extra mile to make sure that the players and the coaches are safe. I think it is just common sense that we do the same thing, or at least to the same degree, to make sure that those participating in classroom instruction get the same amount of
Care. Yeah, and feel the same.
I'm
Ms.
just
Freeman.
looking at that. There are petitions in the classroom for in-person. I'm just being transparent. Just think about that. The reason they're tracking the players and the names and the temperatures is because they've committed, their parents have said, you can do this because you're going to be enclose the contract. There is no petition. So I want to put that visual out there to you. That's the reality.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something?
Oh, I'm sorry. Who said that? Oh, okay. Yeah, Mr. Andrews.
Okay. Several things, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I do have some things I want to say. First one, the restaurant experience that you had mentioned, Ms. Bozeman, I think that's real typical. And in my workplace, we deal with the same carelessness. And I think that's the biggest part of the problem in terms of trying to make everyone feel safe and feel assured. I think it's a national problem. And that's why we're in the situation we're in, because you have a whole set of folks who either A, believe it's a hoax, B, don't believe it's going to affect them. C, think it's overblown. And probably a couple other reasons too. The schools that I know of that are in 5 days a week and have been in 5 days a week, for the most part, are parochial schools. I have several of my colleagues at work who whose kids go there, and that was their stance from the beginning. When schools were first when it was schools were about to start, and the health department, everybody was coming out and making recommendations, the parochials plowed right on ahead and said, we're going to school. And they have been. I think everybody else has done either a blended or virtual or some mix of those things. I think that there's not a whole lot of other things right off the top of my head, and I've given this some thought since the last meeting of what other things we could do to make folks feel more comfortable and those kind of things. I'm not sure what all else. I've looked at some of the smaller districts. They've used their money and they've got those handheld misters and they've gone through the buildings fumigating every day and all that kind of thing. I'm not even sure financially if that would be practical for us with 5 buildings. Y'all do? Bless our hearts, because the buildings I saw doing it were all kind of all-in-one buildings where their buildings were like K through 12 in one facility, and that kind of thing. But, the same thing that happens at work, I think needs to happen here, and we just have to keep hammering it until people start to come around. There have been more people in my workplace who are now starting to abide by the recommendations than there were before, because now all of a sudden somebody in their family or somebody they know is getting sick. Before they were kind of blowing it off, now they're taking it seriously. The wearing the mask, and like I said, when you go in the restaurant, you can't say, well, I was safe at the door, so it's safe in here. No, you had to keep the mask on. And I think we just have to keep kind of hammering that mantra until everybody kind of adjusts to it. Myself, I'll wear a mask, and then I'll go home, I take it off, and then I'm go shopping or something, and I forget to put the dumb thing back on. And so what I have done to adjust to that is I keep a bunch of them in the car. And that way, I've done it, and I've seen other people do it. They get out, and they start walking, and then they turn around and go right back because they got to go get a mask. And I think we just have to keep hammering those kind of things. If we have the facilities there, which I'm sure we do, we can constantly wash your hands, and then, keep your 6-foot distance when you can. When you can't, make sure you wash your hands, make sure you keep your hands in yourself, make sure you keep your mask up. And we have to keep kind of doing those things. If we are taking temperatures wherever we're taking them, and that helps, with the understanding that's in combination with this other thing, then I think that'll help us a lot. In terms of the sports thing, well, I'm an ex-coach, so I'm always going to be biased toward sports. I see, and I'm not saying like it's an exclusive point of view, but I know there's a lot of value to it, yada, yada, yada. But I think that the other thing that differentiates sports sometimes from what we're doing with the general student body is, in general, now it's not specific, but in general, in there are a lot, in a lot of school districts, they limited the amount of fans, and in some cases, at least initially, they were limited to just parents or immediate family. And those folks would have a vested interest in those things, in following those things more, because if they don't, then their kids are not going to get to play, and they want them to play. So they're more invested in doing that. Whereas I think in general, there's some people, like I said, who couldn't care less. It doesn't affect them, so they ain't worried about it, that kind of thing. And that was what I had to pose to some of my colleagues at work. I just tell them, whatever your politics are, whatever your personal opinion about the situation is, I don't care. Think about everybody else and just humor everybody else and put the mask on because it makes everybody else feel better. And I'm not sure that enough of that is being done consistently to make everybody feel more comfortable and compliant with what's going on. I still hear people saying, well, I'm just not used to wearing it. I don't like it. And I heard somebody tell me, I didn't hear somebody told me, well, I have trouble breathing in a mask. And my response then was, basically, you probably should get checked, because that sounds like a respiratory ailment, and that's what this is. But the idea you're not comfortable, and that it may have to become a reality for a while, and I think that's our biggest battle, is trying to get folks to accept the fact that this is a reality. We talk about COVID fatigue, and a lot of people just tired of dealing with it, and I'm just going to take my chances, and then, you have all these pseudosciences with herd mentality or herd immunity and all that kind of thing. So it's a lot that we're battling against in the general public. And I think it's a little less contentious when you're dealing with smaller interest groups.
Yeah, and you're right. You're absolutely right in that accord. I guess my question too would be, since you just said, this is what we're dealing with right now. How do we manage our district during this? Because how are other districts, charter schools, STEM schools, and community schools, how are they managing the anxiety and stress, and their staff is in place and at work? How are they doing it? I'm just glad that the hospitals don't say we're going to shut down on Fridays. I mean, or where everybody work from home. I mean, I'm just happy. I mean, there are people who are managing this, and they're managing it in a way that is at least effective enough to keep things going. And, so I'm just saying that, how do we manage this? And that is why I ask you to look at other things other than work from home on Friday, but other things that would help our staff stress and anxiety wise. And because other people are doing it. I mean, they're doing it some kind of way. We're smart. We have great people here. We have great leadership here. And it just seems as if, there is more that we can do than meets the eye than just a one-shot kind of deal thing. That's what I'm saying.
I appreciate everybody giving me your input. I sincerely do. Really, it's nothing to disagree with. I think we're all on the same page. I do think that I need to just be straightforward, because it sounded as if there was some feeling that, somehow it turned different and turned contentious. So I don't want to do that. So I want to just start off by saying that, yes, I think safety and mental health are the primary issues for why I am going to make the determination that our teachers between now and January 19th will work from home on Friday. All the reasons that we said, how much work they put in, all the things that they do that are very difficult. We do have wellness money. This is a new environment, this whole COVID, so we've had to spend that money on things unlike what we typically do. I do know in the past that they used that money for meditation, for everybody got Fitbits and did competitions, to encourage exercise and things of that nature. And we can continue to look at that type of thing. But in this environment, we aren't able to do those things right now. So there are other things that can be done. Quite frankly, listening to the doctor today and hearing just some simple things that people can do in their homes, maybe make a difference by what you choose to bring to lunch and have for dinner. I think that, we can share that type of information with their staff. I think that the things that you said about where we are academically, the years that we've had, I appreciate what we talked about in January, having a retreat where we look at how are we going to move our district forward. I think that that's going to be very important and impactful. We're not going to be able to solve everything right here, right now, but for right here, right now, for where my teachers are, that's why I am going to have them work from home on Fridays, starting the next Friday that will be here. As as far as, the sports are concerned, you know, I feel like everybody in the room, I would never want to risk I would never personally want to risk my child's life over sports. Actually, my son wanted to play football. I encouraged him to play basketball only because I was scared. No other reason. I did not want him to be injured and hurt. And so that was my choice, and luckily he followed along. He doesn't always follow along with what I say. But, the thing about sports is, as I said, it is being monitored, and I don't want to really speak to it in much more detail because I don't want to say something that's wrong and then, you know, it starts a whole nother conversation. What I will say, even people who get a coaching stipend, players, everyone, they can make that choice, just like I did with my son, not to do that. But when we talk about bringing the students into school with their teachers, that's not voluntary for our teachers. If we bring our students in, then they can't say, I'm not going to do it. So that's why we try to make it as safe as possible. We hold people accountable for following our rules. I agree, and it's not just on that Friday when they're working from home, but that's all 5 days. Everybody needs to be, you know, following all of our mandates and doing those things that we say. So I will definitely continue to work with my principals, work with our administrative team to make sure that we are doing all those things that will make a difference in the safety of our staff and our students. That is our number one priority, and that's what this is all about for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Allen?
I was just going to let everyone know that the district has EPC, and that is the entity that would have our health insurance. So I think it's about 80% or 90% of all of the staff have EPC health insurance, United Health. They do have a wellness program, and that wellness program is in force now. And if you do all the wellness things at the end, you are entitled to $100. And I wanted to just say that they have, and I know this because I'm trying to get my $100. So I got 10, I'm serious, and you get 100 points. So 10 points for an eye exam, 10 points for a wellness exam, and 10 points for a dentist exam. So you can get a maximum of 30. You can do your other exams with 30 points. So of course, I went all those 3 things to get my 30 points. They have workshops. I'm doing a stress workshop now where every couple of days I go online and I actually post if I walk or do exercise. So you can get, I think, 25 points on that. So I need about a couple of, like 30 more points. I do one more workshop and I'll get my 100 points and get my $100. And so we periodically send out a message to the whole district to say, guys, please don't leave $100 on the table. It doesn't take that long. It really does help the stress that I feel every day when I go and walk or I go and exercise. So I just want to let everybody know that's a piece that we're doing.
Okay.
And we actually get money for the district. If so many people do so many things, we get extra money. And so we do have some money set aside for wellness. When everybody can't do whatever, we'll go back to doing, and we still could do the Fitbits, or we thought about bringing in a yoga instructor. We can do it online. So we have to talk through those things.
Yeah.
I just want everybody to know.
And those are the kind of things that I was trying to articulate that we could be doing in addition to working from home. You know, and Janice, it's funny you mentioned that because my job does the same thing. We get 50% off our health care if we get X amount of points and $200. Yes. So 50% off. So that's, I work in healthcare. So, but again, so who wouldn't want that, right?
So let me ask this question if I can. And please, before I say it, it is just a question. Okay, it's just a question. In terms of wellness dollars and the money that we receive from the CARES Act, there has been a lot of conversation around essential workers being compensated. It's just a question. Is it a possibility that we could use those dollars? Because for me, nothing speaks wellness, like extra money. Is there any possible way that we could use some of those dollars to help compensate our teachers, our bus drivers, our janitorial staff for some of the extraordinary work they've been doing during this period?
So I would have to check on that because there are certain guidelines for our ESSER dollars. But it's pandemic related, so I would just have to check on that just to see, and then obviously as a board, you guys can have to.
I think it is, for me, because I'm all about not necessarily expenditures, but investments. I think it is a good investment if it's possible to invest a very small, what I would consider a very small amount of that $1.7 million into our teachers, into, our treasurer's office staff, into our IT department, directly into their pockets. For extra dollars, maybe for Christmas time, just as a way to say, you know what, thank you. And I would like some information on that to see if it's possible.
And just to even, piggyback on that, we talked about recognizing staff that we're going over and above. I mean, we've got some really good things going on in the district, in the buildings, individually. And I don't know where we are with getting those names and getting that information, but Dr. Cosby, if you could possibly follow up so that we can do that as a board. And one thing you said at the last meeting, you said that Fridays might even be optional for those that want to come in. Because you said, you're going to leave it up to them. There are some people who will want to. They probably can work better in the quiet than they can at home.
It is optional.
Right. Well, maybe we can recognize those folks too, because that's not something they have to do, but they are doing. I mean, especially if it makes a difference, and we're looking for things that make a difference in the district.
And
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
just give me 1 second. If we can, I would actually like some concrete numbers that says if we gave every teacher, every staff member, and I'm sorry to keep making it teacher specific, but every employee, including board members,
I wish.
a particular dollar amount, what would that look like? How much would that be? And just throw some figures together.
I just want to read you all an email I just received. This person said, I received my $100 yesterday. This is a staff member. She exclamation, and she's really excited that she was able to get her $100. So those kind of things we're talking about.
Yeah.
And people are taking advantage of it.
Yeah.
Maybe
And maybe some incentive, can we incentivize people to do some of those, even more outside of that for their well-being? Like the virtual yoga or virtual meditation. And didn't you say we had a student that was recognized nationally? Vanessa?
Josie Jackson, Dr. Josie Jackson.
Student, yeah. Maybe looking at what we have, available and access to for virtual meditation or whatever that might be, using those dollars for that. And because again, I was never arguing about the health and wellness of our staff. It was just that what else can we do? Because they're going to come back still stressed on Monday if they have a lot of kids at home or if they have issues at home or anything else. That doesn't really help or solve the problem.
And we do have to spend that money by December 31st, correct?
No, there's
No?
2 pots of money. ESSER is September 2022. And this.
The pandemic money. So it's 2 pots of pandemic money?
Yeah, there's actually 3 pots of pandemic money. There's a CRF Corona Relief Fund money that has to be spent before December 31st. There is the CARES, Montgomery County CARES money that I'm a little concerned with because I have not gotten the money yet.
Don't worry, we haven't gotten it either.
Okay, and that's through December, but the ESSER monies can be spent through September of 2022.
And I think the ESSER money is one that I thought we could use for our long-term building subs because it's a direct result of having teacher shortages.
We talked about, we
Yeah,
just
so
talked
we
about
need
that, yes,
to-
we talked about that, yes.
Yeah, so we need to map out, if we can, a summary of,
Yeah.
what we have and what our balance looks like. And then we can more decisively say how we can allocate the rest.
One other thing, Dr. Cosby, just so we don't get our hands off of it and forget, we talked about making sure that people keep up with what they're doing for the supplemental, what they do for the clubs and stuff.
Yeah.
And what I was thinking just now was, I don't know if any teachers would be interested in, I don't know, incorporating something with other teachers. I don't know, I was just thinking, because what I was thinking about was, doesn't Westbrook do something like Girls on the Run or something like
They
that?
do.
Like,
They finished
so
an
what if
invitation.
there was
Yeah,
like
for
a
their 5K.
Trotwood virtual run or something? And then that could include almost like a couch to 5K, but everyone could do it or something, So it would be, maybe that person would plan this whole virtual 5K, and it would be for Girls on the Run, but it would include the entire district, So they would actually be building upon what they maybe had, but it would count for something, And it would also be like a stress reliever for the district kind of thing. So that kind of building upon different things is what I'm thinking about.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Any more discussion around the superintendent?
I do just want to add that there are some districts that I think are handling this very well. They are in areas that may not have the level of, the virus that we have in Montgomery County, because in Montgomery County, the majority of the districts are starting to, go remote. And that's happened even in the last few days. We've had some changeover. So, and I do know that they are contemplating it at one of the charter schools in the area as well. I was on a call last night with some of my sorority sisters actually, and one of them works in a place and they had their first case. And so it is out there. I think Mrs. Moore sort of illustrated how out there it is when I had taken off my mask, and she pointed out to us that, it's still around. So really, as often as you can, you should probably keep your mask on. So I think that is the type of information that we're learning as we go. It's all new. We're learning it as we go. So I appreciate everything that's happened here today, the good ideas that we've had. And, we're going to continue to monitor this. January 19th, before then, of course, we'll continue to monitor, see where we are at that point, and then talk about so many of the things that we'll have to make decisions on as we move forward.
Yeah,
If I could
I'm sorry, go right ahead, Mr.
just make
Chair.
one, not that it's overly miscommunicated, but we are not completely virtual right now. We are just taking somewhat of an extended break.
Right.
Through January 19th. I think there are some people that may think that Trotwood has gone back to 100% virtual learning. And I just want to make sure that people understand that's not necessarily the case. We're just taking those extra days for the holiday.
Exactly.
Right.
Because of that community, that gathering.
Community spread. With that said, if everybody could look at their calendar, because we should have that next retreat before the 19th, because we will be talking about what all that looks like, how we come back. So if you look at your calendar for maybe the week of, the 11th or the 16th, which is a Saturday, we could have the retreat on the 16th.
You think that would be enough time to
Or we could have it on the 9th.
That's Martin.
give us some room?
Of January?
Yes. I'm open. Are you guys open on the 9th?
Yeah.
Okay.
So my question is, when we have that meeting, is it more of a brainstorming, planning one? Or would there be an expectation that I come prepared with something? I just want to know, what is that expectation for that particular need.
Yeah, I think for the most part, and the board can chime in, first of all, we would look at what Ms. Jeter Freeman was talking about, a strategic plan along the lines of board superintendent collaboration on the goals set forth in the district. Where do we want to go? What do we want to change? How do we want to be more STEM or have coding or have maybe look at different programs that we can implement for our students to give them an advantage? We want to talk about what that looks like. In addition to that, if we're talking about coming back on the 19th, I would expect that you would have some information or have a feel for your thoughts on how we would come back on the 19th based on, I guess, where COVID is and overall. Because whatever we decide to do, we're going to have to let people know. You know, we have to let parents know everybody's coming back. This is what it's going to look like. Remind them what groups they're in and all of that other kind of stuff and get some district communication out prior to the 19th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And what Kim does too, Kim will send out an agenda about the retreats like she always has. And the agenda is open for everybody to add to it. So a lot of the things that you said, Ms. Jeter Freeman, and you do this anyway, but help build the agenda around the conversations that we need to have for the strategic plan. It's just not like one person saying this is what we're going to do. We should all have input on that agenda so that we don't miss anything. Okay, thank you. Next, we are going to adjourn. I needed a motion to adjourn into executive session to consider the discipline of a public employee. I'm sorry.
There's still, I have the district leadership team.
Oh, I don't have that on here, but yeah, I don't have that on this. Yeah, but I'm sorry. Lunch is ready too? Okay, what time is it? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you're not on here, Janet.
Yeah, it's not on here, but
It's not.
it's not on mine.
Is it on?
It's not on mine,
Okay.
but
On the second page?
I'm looking at all my
You got
pages.
pressure on yours?
Do you have it?
Or
Okay, then what we can do is, it's 12:02. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break and, have lunch? And during the lunch, we can talk about the, district leadership information and go from there. We'll take a 15 minutes.
I'll go get the.
Right.
No, she said it's on the cart, so I can.
It's on the cart? Okay. And we don't have to eat here. We can eat anywhere.
So we're gonna do the DLT and then executive.
And then
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, we are gonna pick up where we left off with our DLT report or update.
Okay, last week we did have our district leadership team meeting. I'm sure that most of you are aware that our process for instruction starts with the building leadership teams and ultimately it comes up to the district leadership team. So we had a really good meeting last week and we do have two board members who were in attendance. Mrs. Jeter Freeman was there and Mrs. Bozeman was also there. So at this meeting, we looked at our two goals, and the whole idea is to figure out how are we going to get to that. So our goal number one was to increase the percentage of students on or above grade level proficiency in all core content areas as measured by local, state, and national assessments. Goal number two is by the end of 2021 school year, 100% of all schools will support the social, emotional development of all students through culturally responsive teaching and inclusive practices, systems of accountability, engaged families, and community participation as measured by a 50% reduction for in-school and out-of-school suspension. It sounds like a lot to get accomplished, and it is a lot, and we're steadily working on it. We did have some data that we reviewed, and that's a big portion of our DLT meeting, is that we looked at the data. So we found that 75% of Trotwood teachers completed the blended learning training during the summer of 2020. 91% had completed this training as of September 30th. The DLT identified members still needing training and made arrangements to make that happen. Current attendance across the district is 86.3%, and the prior year was 93%. That difference is directly related to what's going on in COVID right now. We do have attendance officers and social workers who are focusing on improving this attendance. As we went through, each of the buildings did get together in breakout rooms and sort of talked about where they were and how they were going to implement the MTSS plan, which is the multi-tiers of systemic support for each child. And what we're talking about basically there is that we will have RTI, which is response to intervention, which deals with the academic side of a student. When we talk about the whole child, we're talking about also their social emotional behavior and behaviors in general, which is our PBIS. So we're continuing to work on that. We have some data here for you all to look at when you get a chance. Decided to sort of roll out the MTSS using a playlist, which, as you know, is what our teachers are doing every day for their instruction. This is very informative. When you get an opportunity, if you go, I'll make sure that you have it, but my guess is that you do already have that. And then you can click on these hot links and you can see the types of things that we're going to be instilling in our staff and working with them so that we can support the whole child. So this is a work in progress. We're just starting to roll it out, but we're real excited about it. We know that you can't just look at one part of a student. You have to look at that whole child. You know, how are they doing academically and how are they managing things emotionally and behaviorally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Did any of the members on the DLT want to have any comments or add to that?
No, I would just say, when the board get a chance, just take a look at our data because we're talking everything else. And the reason I asked that a summary be given to the board because I want us to all be focused on where we are, that we are meeting because we do have the BLT members at each of the buildings, and that was some of those supplementals, and they do meet before school, after school, and they analyze a lot of data of how the students are progressing. And so I just wanted to put it on everybody's radar to be thinking about our focus and looking at how the students are doing in this virtual learning environment and teaching. And so each of the buildings, and we have PBIS schools too, right?
Yes, we do. You'll go in the buildings and you'll see RAMs, responsibility, and it tells, each is an acronym
Mhm.
for the expected behavior, and it's in all of the buildings, all
But
5 buildings.
we got a bronze winner.
Yes, we did. Mr., was it Mr.?
Westbrook
Westbrook,
Village.
Mr. Nadier's building got a bronze award for their PBIS, for how they're implementing it.
Right.
And it was hard to get this award. My understanding is they tried for it last year and didn't get it, and then they made the determination that they were gonna, they had been doing the work, but they were gonna present the work in a way that it couldn't be ignored, and in fact, they got that done. It's a really big deal. We will be getting things like, a poster to put up and to acknowledge that award.
Okay. In Madison Park, I believe they got before the board remembers. And that was all I had.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Are those awards that can be, like, I know you said poster in school, what about banners?
Banners is actually what I'm thinking. Yes, they will send us banners, things like that to put up.
On the outside?
I'm guessing we can put them up on the outside.
Yeah, so people will know.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could also put them on the marquee.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we could definitely
Put it on the marquee. All the buildings have the marquees.
Right.
You could definitely put it out on the marquee. All right, thank you. Our next item, board superintendent relations. And usually when we have a board retreat, we have a facilitator and we talk about this, you've been through all of those,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I thought that maybe since we've already been working together and there's so many issues that have come up and we've been able to work through it and talk through all those things, that maybe we could just have a little bit of open dialogue about how we can best communicate together as a team. On your end, I was hoping that maybe you could share some things that would make it a little bit more easier for you in doing the job that you do. And then we as a board can share with you what would help us with the communication as well. Because honestly, every issue always boils down to communication. It's just like the discussion we had at the emergency meeting. I think it was just a communication issue. And getting the information, it's easier to make a recommendation based on the transparency of all the information. So I want to start with you, Dr. Cosby, because you've been here now. Let's see, you were hired in February and you started in July,
Yeah.
but you really started before that, okay? You were kind of in between your district and our district. And I remember on March 13th, we had like a dinner set up, the three of us, and it never happened because that was the day the governor made the announcement. And then also always trying to get back to the board. Let's get together with the board and have a retreat, a dinner, what have you, just to get to know you. And we didn't really have that opportunity because we probably would all just taken you to dinner and we would have talked through some things. So you were kind of baptized by fire. And given that, I'm sure you heard a lot of, this is the way we do it. This is the way we do it without really knowing how we do it. Okay. I want to clear those things up for you. And also, I want to speak on how your view or expectations of the board and your relationship in your eyes is or hopefully can evolve.
You're right. I mean, it was such a different start. I mean, I know that we would have had opportunity to meet and talk with each other and sort of get to know each other. And that is something that I still look forward to. I feel as if I have taken little baby steps of contacting individual board members and, talking about some things just to have a little, back and forth and getting to know one another. But still understand that there's so much that I don't know, about personalities. And the same thing about what our interests are, what we like to do, what's important to us, that type of thing. And I think that does allow us to sort of gel and work together very well. So I look forward to the opportunity to do that. And so I know, like I said, there's really never a time when we're all together that is appropriate to have those discussions, like not even on a day like today, because they seem not to be in line with the business aspect of what we do, but I do think the personal is important. So along with that, though, as far as like the business piece of it, I do know that I have 5 very smart board members, and I know that everybody doesn't always see things the same or think the same, that type of thing. So I know that initially we had sort of talked about me not necessarily sharing everything because it takes so much time with each person, but I'm feeling like I would like to do that if everybody is okay with that, because the feedback sometimes, I don't know how each individual person feels if one person synthesizes either what I say or what is said. So just opportunity to individually speak to each of you. If that's too much for everybody, please let me know, and it's okay. We'll figure out another way to communicate. I know I have been asked to do like a weekly update on reentry and all that, and it turned out to be more of me letting you know, like when there was a case, because those things happen, like once a week, and I might throw in something else additionally, but I would like to develop a template to give specific information out, each week, and hopefully it wouldn't be something of the nature of a COVID case that prompts that information being shared with you. So I do plan to do that. Otherwise, I feel like things are going well. I feel like, it's from my point of view, I feel like we get along well, even when we don't always agree, and we shouldn't always have to agree. We just have to understand how to work together and understand where people are coming from. Because as the issues change, the way we feel about them will change. But I do believe that we all really sincerely have the same focus in mind. We're going to move Trotwood forward academically. We're going to take care of our kids. We're going to keep them safe. And that's what we all care about. And, it's just like we say, even when you're raising your own children, that looks differently. And so I do appreciate that. And it's been said in our meetings, basically, that's what we hired you for. So I like that we do have that understanding that it is my job to run the district day to day. And I really do value the input that I get. A lot of decisions along the way that I've made have been based on the input that I have, even today. So I would appreciate us continuing that, and I appreciate, the fact that you understand that at the end of the day, you're going to hold me responsible for the decisions that are made. So I think it's important that, I'm allowed to make the ones that I do think are best. So, like I said, I feel pretty good about how everything is going. I've had a good first, 6, 8, 9 months. This time is just moving along. I look forward to January so we can have a deeper dive into, where we're going to keep going. And so I think unless, you guys have something that you would like to ask of me, I'm ready to pass the baton on.
Well, the only thing I was going to say is that I just hope that you are also thinking of your wellness, because I often think about how, I don't know what your situation was where you were, but I think about how you came here right into COVID, a new job, new people. And so I often think, is she okay? And is she like taking care of herself, while she's handling all these, multiple fires around the district. So whatever that looks like for you, I just hope that you are taking yourself into account.
I appreciate that, Ms. Bozeman, and it is easier said than done. It is a wonderful job, but it is a 24-hour, job. At any time you can get notification of things. Since I've been sitting here, I've gotten 2 very important messages from my staff that, will need to be addressed pretty much right away. You all know my mom is with me, and she is, holding on. We are getting help now, from hospice, and that's not to mean she's gonna pass in the next few weeks, as you shared with me, Ms. Moore, that's not what it means, but it is providing some additional resources and information. So that relieves some of my stress. I do need to start doing more exercising and things. That's what I said, it was really good to hear that information. So thank you, and I will work on it.
Ms. Jeter Freeman?
And I share the same thing, the concern for you and taking care of yourself, and I think Ms. Bozeman said it well. And and so if there are things you need from us, I'm sure you'll let us know. And I do appreciate the reach out when there is things that you need to discuss. So I think we have a good working relationship. I think we're going to be good.
Thank you. Mr. Scares?
So I have, I want to say it in a way that I think.
Do you want me to skip you and come back?
I'm always
Remember your
concerned.
tone. Remember your tone.
Yeah, but we really appreciate you, though. I just need you to know that. All right, we really appreciate you. All right.
I really am trying to watch my.
Thank you.
I think that's important. I do get a bit passionate, and sometimes I think it comes off as aggression, and it never really is my intent. So let me publicly say, if you have ever felt attacked in that manner, not saying that you have, I apologize. Now, on the other hand, I am extremely passionate. I do enjoy this work, and I take it very, very seriously. And I was, somebody told me one time, you just seem to attack the superintendent just all the time. And I said, well, no, I think the superintendent understands her role very, very well. And I think, the relationship between the superintendent and the board is one that she can handle difficult conversation, tough questions. And then, we may agree, we may disagree. But I think that is the beauty of our relationship. I do appreciate the individual text messages and the attempt to find camaraderie between us. I think that does help. There are some things that I would want to say in relation to some of our meetings and how we receive information, but I really would like to reserve that, if I can, as a private conversation. Just because I don't think it lends itself to this particular environment. But I hope that, even when we differ in opinion, that I hope you feel the respect I have for you and know that I do have that. I think you're highly qualified. I think that there are a lot of things that happen in the district, not that I can say I don't care about, but we did hire a superintendent. So there are certain things that will happen in the day-to-day running of the district that I really want. Like, we have a superintendent. If she says, I think this is best, I don't really care. Because I have that type of faith. So I just, I hope you are taking, you'll be very seriously praying for you.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrews? Thank you, Mr. Scares.
I'm glad that you're here, and I appreciated the leadership you've shown so far. It's been a really extraordinary time, not just extraordinary, but unique. Hopefully we'll never see another in our lifetime like this. But I appreciate the messages and updates that you give to kind of keep us up on everything and keep us informed of what's going on. I know there's a lot of pressure for a lot of different reasons. One, because of the fact that you knew. Another, because of the fact that we're dealing with, like I said, a unique situation. And we're kind of trying to muddle our way through and find our way through as we go along. But you have my full support, and anything I can do or anything you feel that I might be of assistance or whatever, please don't hesitate to call on me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Dr. Cosby, I feel, as my board members have already said, we always said that we have to make sure that people are well, safe, and healthy. And we want you to be well, safe, and happy, and taking care of our district-wide, our staff, and our kids. Additionally, I know that we've done things a little different than where you came from, but you seem to have gelled really well with those things and still are. And I opened this meeting up with our role as a board, because I don't know if everybody knows our role, but I know you do. And that's what's important, because we work together. But the role of the board is to give directives. You know, we kind of set a vision for the district. And we took a lot of time setting a vision, but it wasn't just the board's vision, it was a collective vision. And then we tell you what that is. Like when we initially started, we said safety. And then what safety looks like, it's not an interpretation for each of us. It was your charge to make sure that you carried that out. The board sets policies in place to help support the students and the staff and the health of the district. And we adhere to those policies, and we make changes when they're necessary. Things come up that we didn't take in consideration, we do that. So we always take a balcony view. We're up, we're on the second floor and we're looking down at the dance floor, looking at how everything is working together. And then we depend on data from all the things that are happening on the floor to further make decisions for the directive and to cast a bigger vision. So again, we appreciate you in helping us to do our jobs. There were a few little logistical bugs, like, do we do it this way or is it better this way? And I know that you work really, really close with the cabinet, and for that, I appreciate that. I mean, there's nothing like collaboration with your staff and having their voices heard and those sort of things. And I just hope that, down the road, that is a continued practice, to make sure that we do that. And then given that collaboration, you've been real fair about coming to the board and letting us know what those things are, so that we as a team could maybe offer some suggestions or tell you what happened in the past, tell you, some pitfalls or some guardrails. And that's what they are. And they look like maybe sometimes conflictual, but really they're just conversation and questions. So I appreciate you being very open to those questions and very deliberate in how you answer those. So thank you. Other than that, I think that we have a really good working relationship. You and I, again, there's some things we'll talk offline about, and I'm sure there's some things you want to share with me too offline, and that's fine. But for the most part, I'm really happy that we can have a relationship that is moving the district forward.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Other than that, if there's no other dialogue along the lines of board and superintendent relations, I now need a motion to adjourn into executive session to consider the discipline of a public employee.
1 second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are there any questions? Being none, Ms. Allen, will you call the roll?
Mr. Scarce? Mrs. Jeter Freeman?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mrs. Bozeman?
Yes.
And Ms. Moore?
Yes, we will now adjourn into executive session. No action will be taken on the part of the board, and it is 1:01 p.m. And we will adjourn from the executive session and come out and close the meeting. Thank you. Let's see here. We have the social distancing.